Union of Post-Primary Teachers called off their strike yesterday. The suspension of the strike follows negotiations between KUPPET and the Teachers Service Commission. In a statement, TSC CEO Nancy Macharia said that the government has provided funds that will ensure the full implementation of the Teachers 2021-2025 CBA. KUPPET Secretary General Akela Missouri has, however, warned that teachers will be ready to go back on strike if their complaints are not properly addressed. KUPPET has been pushing for the promotion of 130,000 teachers, hiring of 20,000 others, and permanent contracts for 46,000 JSS teachers, among other issues.
In compliance with the court order which was instituted, which is coming up on 5th, that is Thursday, from the union side, we suspend the strike and ask all our teachers to go back to class pending the speedy resolutions of these matters as already agreed upon between us and the Commission.
We are happy to report to the nation that we have reached an amicable settlement which will enable our teachers resume duty immediately. As promised on August 21st, 2021, the Commission is today pleased to confirm that the government provided funds for the implementation of the second phase of the CBA with effect from the 1st July 2024, and all our teachers have benefited from the same together with the arrears attendance.
The Kenya Airports Workers Union says the negotiations with the new management of the JKIA should be halted with immediate effect. The workers have vowed to continue holding demonstrations today if the talks continue. According to the employees, the contract between the JKIA Airport Management and the Adani Holdings Limited Company is full of secrets. The Adani Company from India aims to take the helm and manage the field for 30 years from November this year. KAWU Secretary General Moses Ndiema has warned the government against signing the contract, which he describes as dangerous.
We are still in the 7-day period delay. However, we are demanding for immediate answers from KA on the 3 issues. So the issue of ending engagement with Adani representation was one of the reasons why we had demos. 2, by extension also we said all other stakeholder engagements should stop.
Adani proposes to invest 97 billion shillings in renovating the new JKIA building, a new taxi system and 2 express exits. The Law Society of Kenya has filed a case in court demanding that the Nairobi County government be forced to carry out DNA tests on 120 unclaimed bodies that are set to be buried in mass graves. Governor Johnson Sakaja announced the intention to bury the bodies due to failure of them being claimed by their families within the county's stipulated timelines. Sakaja further said that the bodies lie at the city mortuary after being moved there by police officers from 12 stations between May 12th last year and April 28th this year. The Public Workers Union has now issued a strike notice to the government over its failure to implement their annual salary increase agreement. Union Secretary General Tom Odeke says the second phase of salary increments for public employees should have been implemented from July this year. He further said that they'll down their tools by the end of this month if the government fails to play its part.
Second phase of CBA is not implemented by this month. All civil servants in the Republic of Kenya, as has been resolved today in the Delegates Conference, will down their tools. And I, as the Secretary General of the Union of Kenya Civil Servants, have been mandated that failure to implement this money in the slips of this month, I've been given authority to issue a 7-day strike notice, which will start by the end of the month if the slips shall have not been loaded with the remaining amount by the slip of September.
That's the news wire. I'm La Obaga.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
The man who looks at a beautiful girl and doesn't talk to her will end up serving lunch at her wedding.
Aya, City, do like that.
My father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man?
Ameua panya.
Small mammal, big mammal.
Mtu atamshinda.
What how are we comparison? I mean, you killed a mouse.
What are they saying?
What they're saying is, my father has killed a mouse. Will he fail to kill a man? Name, surprise. Someone's name.
The name surprised you?
No, the name is surprise.
No, what am I saying? I'm from Nigeria, man. I met somebody called I Believe. So your name is I Believe? Yes, my name is I Believe. But that's the short form. I said, excuse me? I said, yes. My name is I Believe. So what's the full name? I believe in the goodness of
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If a lion shows you its teeth, it doesn't mean it likes you.
It doesn't mean it likes you. It won't start. A liar calls as witness one who is either dead or far away. Say it in Kiswahili.
Ben low, nin inte, yenin der, ayu markati kadikta. You know this character called liar. He has disturbed people. So when you tell him, who are your witnesses, he will take you to a place where it is difficult to verify.
For someone like me who sweats a lot, I cannot survive there. Sweating is biblical. Good. And you must blame it on Adam, not me. Because Adam messed up and he was told, now you fellow you, by the sweat of your brow, thou shalt eat.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the week, and let's take a look at what's happening right around the city. It looks like we're going to have a late start to traffic. Nothing is happening really. That means folks are getting where they need to go real quick this morning, and it's a fantastic thing. Let's take a look at our first port of call on the Thika Superhighway. Not much going on right here. And we know that as you get through the service lanes, we will see some traffic around Survey, then getting into the city. All right. Also on the Eastern Bypass, starting to trickle in as well. North Airport Road will take in some of that as you go then towards Outer Ring. And onto Uhuru Highway, there's already traffic coming in from the Langata Road junction just after the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, and then heading in through towards Uhuru Highway into the city at your different junctions, Bunyala, Lusaka, and also on this other side of Haile Selassie as you get into the CBD. That looks like it's going to be busy for a minute. Ngong Road is also starting to pile up, as is Wayaki Way. Let's take a quick look at what's happening on the interchange coming in from Cabanas. Not much, as well as the Langata Road interchange on the side of Uhuru Gardens. I think we're okay. Let's see what Tuesday pans out to be. Help us keep things moving, and let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Just like that, at 10 minutes after 6 o'clock, it's already the 3rd of September. Where did it all go already so quickly? Good morning and welcome to Tuesday. And I hope everybody's doing all right. Kicking into Kenya's biggest conversation, day 2 already of the first week of September. And we're getting into it. It's warming up around the world, is it not? Is
warming
it not?
up?
Yeah.
Which month are we in?
September.
So this is autumn.
September. Okay, well, depending on where you are in different parts of the world.
No, not in our neck of the woods.
There's no autumn or
It's raining, it's not raining, it's hot, it's cold.
It's dry, it's wet.
It's dry, yes, exactly. Yes. So we don't have those things.
Interestingly enough, on this part of the continent, it starts to warm up as you get towards the end of the year. In the western part of the continent, it starts to cool down as you get to the other, because cool down as you get to the end of the year, as it does in the northern hemisphere, where now you're getting into fall.
So fall is autumn?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Because the leaves fall.
That's actually true. They turn brown, red, orange, and then they fall from the trees.
Those colors sometimes are magnificent.
Quite beautiful, kind of like this studio.
Yes.
Do you see?
And the southern part, at this point in time, as in southern part of Africa,
it starts to warm up.
It's warming up.
Yeah, from the equator down, it starts to warm up towards the end of the year.
Okay.
Yeah. I can be what are those people called? Geologist.
No.
Weatherman.
No. Geologist, no. Geography, definitely not geography.
Environmentalist.
No.
Come on, give me something. Okay, so City, good morning.
Fine, thank you.
That's how people answer.
Well, that's how I'm answering. You ask me how good morning, I'm telling you I'm fine, thank you.
Okay.
I've skipped all the other pleasantries in between. And I've just gone to the heart of the matter. I am fine, thank you.
Very good. Jesse Rogers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I am fine, thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here, first of all.
Well, thank you so much.
You guys have cut a niche for yourselves in terms of provocative conversations early morning, so it's definitely an honor to be amongst you. Let me give you flowers while you're still alive.
Oh my goodness, this is how the day is starting. In fact, we can shut it down.
Wait. Why did you bring this guy earlier?
I mean,
why has he not been here before?
And I've been walking like a male peacock every day. We
Showing
can even
off the colors.
Yeah.
Sister.
Yeah.
Male peacock is called peacock.
What's the female called? Hen.
Peahen.
Tafakari ya city.
Okay, so I had to insist that it's the one with the many colors, because a lot of these animals, the males are more beautiful. Look at the ostrich. Look at the peacock.
Okay.
Look at there's some others. The male just much more beautiful than the female. Even though we do all the hard work.
Bird of paradise,
eggs.
for instance.
Bird of paradise. We lay the eggs, bring the children, but then the males get the beautiful plumage.
You do not know just how nature works. If you look at some of our pastoral communities who adorn themselves with beads and all manner, you'd find it's the men who had the elaborate hairdos.
Yes, Bona.
Okay? The sort of hairdo you have, men would have it.
Yeah, like the Samburu.
Yes, woven and okra and what have you. Women, it's shaved clean.
But it serves a purpose,
Okay, explain this purpose to me.
Because at the end of the day,
yes,
the peacock, or as you call it, the peacock. Yeah, the peacock will have the prerogative of wooing the peahen. So I guess that's why it needs the affluent colors. You get me. You get my drift.
I get it, actually.
Yeah, I'm not getting it.
As in, you have to. And look at, I watched this David Attenborough thing with all the different birds, and it's actually all the male, the bright colors, because they need to woo this hen in order for her to lay the egg and continue the thing. Okay. Jesse Rogers is our guest host for today. I see how you're looking at me, but I'm just going to keep it moving because I don't even know what to say.
The eyes have it, yeah?
The eyes have it.
The eyes have it. Ednah is in there and she's saying hello, as is Regia. Good morning to everybody, and we're getting things moving this morning. Avin is also there. There's even Frank. I'm just greeting everybody. Today is day 2. Take it while you have it, because if it disappears, these greetings, just be happy when you have them. Let me tell you what we'll be discussing today as we get into it. Whoa, Ednah, where is that thing? Whoa. Okay, so we will be having a conversation. Let's start at 7 o'clock with Danson Mungatana, who is the senator for Tana River County, and we'll be looking at there's a grassroots tour going on. Well, I don't know if China is grassroots, but okay. There's a grassroots tour going on, and what exactly does it mean? The president's grassroots tour started in Nyanza. We'll see him go to different parts of the country when he does come back. What is it exactly about at the moment? Let's hear from Senator when he joins us at 7 o'clock. And at 9 a.m., we'll be talking about Empox and the state of health in Kenya. The permanent secretary in the Public Health and Professional Standards Department will be here with us. Her name is Mary Muthoni, and we'll be looking at what the country and how the country is going to be dealing with Empox and all of that as we talk. We'll also be joined by Dr. Sultani Denchero, and he'll be with us here with the permanent secretary at 9 a.m. Those are conversations that we'll have today. At some point, we'll bring you in as well as you talk with us today. We're going to take a look at the headlines and then say hello to all of you. We know that you're streaming in on our live streams on YouTube and Facebook. All those streams are up, as well as on X and on TikTok. We will say hello to you in a short while and then take a look at what's making the news in the headlines. Thank you for coming in to Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Talk to you in just a bit.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi, 14 degrees. We'll see highs of 21 and lows of 13 today. 13 will be the low in a partly cloudy. Nakuru going to highs of 24. 22 will be the high and mostly cloudy in Nyeri at 14, and at 12 degrees it's clear in Eldoret with highs of 24. Mombasa at 21, clear for most parts of the morning, going to highs of 28 and lows of 21, while at 25 it will be mostly sunny in Malindi with highs of 29. 19 and clear in Kisumu with highs of 30, and we're looking into a clear Kakamega at 17 with highs of 29. Clear in Kampala at 17 with highs of 28, while Dar es Salaam is clear at 20. It'll go to highs of 29. Johannesburg this morning is partly cloudy at 11, highs of 25 through Tuesday, and at 25 it's mostly cloudy in Mogadishu, and it looks like sunny conditions through Addis Ababa, currently at 12 degrees, going to highs of 20 and lows of 11. Lagos this morning is clear at 24 with highs of 30, and at 22 Kinshasa is cloudy with highs of 30. Beijing Tuesday afternoon is partly sunny at 25. We'll see highs of 28, while at 19 it's cloudy in Paris and 17 cloudy in London. New York Monday night is clear at 18 degrees. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 26 and lows of 13.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, a quick hello to everybody who is in the room this morning. We can see you guys have trickled in and taken your seats. Asante sana. Let's start and do something very interesting today and start from the bottom up. Sound familiar? Okay. Kenneth Bushnell says, good morning from Adi Kisumu. Okay, Kenneth, good morning to you. Good morning from Doha. We are glad teachers are back to school. I hope it will have a permanent solution. Great job, Team Spice. Asante sana, Bernard. Joseph Ondigi says, good morning. Good morning, comrades. Where is Eric Latiff? Please, I do enjoy your conversations. Eric is still doing a walkabout. He is on leave. He is fine. He will be back soon. Wairimo, good morning, sister. Tune in from the Bay Area, we know. My beautiful people, she says, you are right. Today, Labor Day in the US is the unofficial end of summer. You see, fall officially begins on the 22nd of September. There you go. And it's going to be, all the leaves fall. Wairimo, hope you're doing all right. Always good to have you here. People want to see Ednah. There's a campaign. In fact, you people now will pay me. If you want to see Ednah, You must go through me. Ednah, see, we start that campaign. Once kuleta nini, then we'll see if we can show you to the public. Thank you. It is through me you will come. So if you guys are serious about that thing, let's start the campaign too. Where? Let's see. Good morning from Texas, says Fortune. Catherine Nyambura says, hi guys, Ndu Eric CT. Should be paid more. You see, I like people like you. You now need to come and say this on a platform. Thank you so much, my sister. CT, you'll be glad to know that a man went for the checkup because of the way you let people know about the yearly checkups and their importance.
Is that not a wonderful thing?
It's a wonderful thing, CT, and I think such things need to be said out loud.
What did the person say exactly?
They said that the way in which we advertise products, we took up the Aga Khan Wellness package, and CT, you'll be glad to know it was a man who went for the checkup. This is Catherine Nyambura, and we're taking that into consideration. That's something that should actually be highlighted. Cindy or Ednah? So you'll tell people that because of that, they went. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for going. Other men should also go. It is important that you go. It's very, very important.
It is.
Yes.
Good morning from Gede in Kilifi. This is Omonde Stephen. He's saying good morning. Georgia Dime says good morning, Team Spice. What happened to No Stop? No Stop what? Good morning, folks. Have a lovely day to you too. Otherwise, Agola, we see you. Otherwise. Somebody's greeting in a language that we don't understand, but we are going to assume it means good morning and that you're not insulting us. The world is full of surprises. Last week, the US government wrongly transferred $293 million to the Taliban, and the Taliban was like, hey, Aibo, thank you. Mbali says, good morning. Seems the country seems to work for politicians. You've just seen it now. Kipruto says good morning to fellow Kenyans. Good morning, good people, says Vesh Musanga. Leo says good morning to the princess. Good morning, Leo. And how are you this morning? I hope you're doing well. And he's also talking about, jobs and created many things that have not been created. Agri Momani says good morning. Simon Muhyo says good morning, tuned in always. Dominic is also in the house. Sky Simba is here. I see you all. Martin, Robert, Wajiro, Jimmy Wekesa, Desmond Ortiz, Don Sabwa, we see you. You said the lion is out of the forest. Let's hope a giraffe or rhino or a tiger will roar. There are no tigers in Africa, but do with that as you wish. Linus Kitonga says good morning, team. Peter Kiari is also here, and Joe Mungai is tuned in from Bonny Lake. We know that many more of you are tuned in this morning, and we don't take it for granted that you join us every day. Asante Sana, and good morning, CT. You have the proverb for today, n'est-ce pas?
I do have the proverb for today, but before I do that, let me tell you a little bit about the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire.
Do, please.
Yes. This republic was established on the 4th of December 1958. 1958 is the year I was born.
Look at that. A country was born on your birthday.
Well, it was
your
December,
birth year.
a couple of months after I had actually been born.
Okay.
I hadn't started eating yet, but I hadn't started crawling yet.
Oh, thank God, because I was going to say, what? Okay. You lived for a few months without eating? You must be super.
No, I didn't even have teeth then. So, just...
Well, you had some kind of sustenance.
I did. But on the 7th of August 1960, it got independence from France, all right? They have a population of around 30 million. 30 million. Who?
Millions.
Yes. Of interest, they drive on the right side of the road.
Yes, they do.
Are you sure? No, left one.
They keep right.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I was trying to say. Here in Kenya, you keep left.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Just like us in Nigeria, you keep right.
You guys keep right?
Yes.
Oh. Why?
Why not?
How are your roads built?
See, just like roads.
No, it's not like ours.
Our roads are
ours, the way they are built, we keep to the left.
Ours, we keep right.
How are they built?
Our steering wheels are on the other side of the vehicle.
I was asking about the road. You've gone to the steering wheel.
What do you want to know?
Okay.
We keep right. In Nigeria, we keep right.
Yeah.
Okay. So, after I'd lived in Kenya for some years, of course, going back, almost every time I was crossing the road, almost got hit. Anyway, please carry on.
It's not your fault.
It isn't.
When people are driving on the wrong side of the road, it's not your fault.
Touché, monsieur.
Right.
Right side.
Right side. Their government is what you call a unitary presidential republic. These definitions, I never really quite get them. Not quite, but one of these days I will. Their president is called who? Alassane Ouattara. Interesting fellow, this one.
Yep.
Interesting fellow. Was leaving. then didn't leave.
There was a coup or no coup.
Then now he's here, and his history began a long time ago when he was trying, things weren't working. Long story. His vice president is called Teomoko Mayet Kone. They even have a prime minister. It's a good country, this one. Now understand. So unitary presidential republic has president, vice president, minister, prime minister. Maybe we need to have this unitary presidential republic.
You want one?
No. We keep tinkering with whether we should have a parliamentary, whether we should have whatever it is that we have. Anyway, the prime minister is called Robert Biugre Mambe. You know the thing about African names, you just read it the way it is written. Don't go around giving it an accent. You just read the thing
as it is.
Right. The proverb. This proverb is an interesting one. Even I don't understand what they're talking about, but I'll read it all the same. You should not be frightened of a python because of its length. Told you. Jesse's holding his head.
Just don't worry, just say what you want to say.
Jesse, I see you don't like reptiles.
Clearly, I'm not a fan of snakes.
Okay. In other words.
Yes, in other words.
Let me be very careful with my other words.
Yes.
What I think that I can actually say is there are other things about this python that you ought to be worried about. And it's not necessarily the length that's going to get you in trouble.
No, it's not the length that gets you into trouble.
Voila.
No.
In fact, when it opens its mouth in close proximity to your skin, that could be something that you could be more worried about.
Worry about, yes.
Yeah.
And don't worry that it'll bite you. That's not even a problem. Yes. It might constrict you. It might swallow you. The thing you need to be worried about.
That's what you should worry about.
Yes.
And one that is shorter than a much longer one also has just as much danger.
My friend, it will still swallow you. So long as it's called a python.
Okay, so that's...
But I've often wondered, what's the difference between a python and a boa constrictor?
A boa constrictor is what actually constricts. That it wraps itself around you and starts to constrict so that you lose all your air. A python, it's got the fangs, right? So it will then... And then it starts to swallow you.
But is it poisonous?
A python is poisonous, yeah.
Okay.
So is a boa. But python is actually one of the most poisonous snakes.
And since we're on to this one here, and what about the anaconda?
What is it with the anaconda? It also swallows whole as well.
It's bigger.
It's much bigger.
Or is it the Amazon's answer to our python?
What we give in python, they give in anaconda. I guess.
Right.
You see, I told you biologist. Or did I say in the beginning geologist? Anyway, look, science.
Actually, you're right. No. I was thinking of the right word. Zoologist.
Thank you. If this doesn't work, wait, I'll open a zoo. It's okay. So, you should not be frightened by a python because of its length.
No.
Sour.
Look for other things to be frightened.
All right.
Of.
Hey, is a python black or white? Ednah wants to know.
There's many colors.
The one that you have seen, Ednah, is
No, it's not. It's spotted.
You don't know what Ednah is asking. But let's just move on before we get ourselves into trouble. Yeah. So, on the front page of the Standard, push that got Kuppet to end teachers' strike. Teachers will be expected to recover lost time after pressure from government officials saw union leaders accede to TSC's demands to call off the strike that had paralyzed learning and had some schools closed and candidates fretting over next month's exams. So the long and short of that story, Kuppet said, okay, Sawa, we're going back to school and let's see what you guys do with the agreement that we have in place. There is a picture of Nancy Macharia, the TSC CEO, and Akelo Misori, who is the Kuppet Secretary General. Let's also look below that, and there's a picture of the President, William Ruto, with the Vice President, Rachel Ruto. The First Lady, Rachel Ruto, behind him, and behind her is Raila Odinga, and they have landed at the Beijing Capital International Airport for the China 9th Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, the summit. And they landed there yesterday, and they're going to discuss and strengthen a lot of things. One of them being Sino-Africa relations. Let's see how that goes. It'll be interesting, Nay. Proposed law to shield new governor's purge. Let's look at that as well. Kang'ethe, remember the guy who came to Kenya and is said to have been accused of taking his girlfriend's life.
You put it very well.
I was trying, man. I was going to say something else, but okay. Diplomacy rules this morning. Taking his girlfriend's life, and then he was arrested here, and then he was at the Muga police station, and then he escaped.
He walked out of jail free.
Yeah. Then they rearrested him. Now they're sending him back to America. Go face your fate on that side. Standard is also telling us in the Financial Standard, being Tuesday, that if you want a loan, they're telling you which are some of the best banks to go and get that done. And we're still looking at the serialization of Manu Chandaria. And Standard Group shareholders, 1.5 billion shillings rights issue.
They do?
Yes, they do.
They did, eh?
It would appear as though they did.
It's in the papers.
It is in the papers, and we can look at that story later and exactly what it means. While Jesse gives us the headlines on The Nation.
Okay.
Well, The Nation is going with a similar headline, all to do with the teacher strike that has now come to a logical conclusion, we hope, bearing in mind there will be a court case. I think it's on September 5th, if I'm not wrong. But the headline you'll be waking up to, win-lose deal that ended the tutors' strike. And there you have a pictorial of the TSC boss, Nancy Macharia, the KUPPET leaders as well. And we're told that the back-to-work formula signed amid claims of non-fulfillment of teachers' demands. So it seems they've actually accepted to a deal that they had rejected a little bit earlier on, the deal that NAT had actually accepted before the schools reopened. But it's interesting that this whole issue has brought up an array of it's opened a can of worms, because we equally have the public service workers issuing a strike notice. And according to them, they say it's unfair, Bwana, that you're implementing the CBA for the teachers, actually the second phase, and yet you put aside our CBA. So they're crying foul.
Yeah.
Interesting times, yeah? Anyway, that's the big story on the Daily Nation. Equally at the bottom there, Uhuru's role in Raila's AUC campaigns, where former President Uhuru Kenyatta supports ex-Prime Minister Raila Odinga's quest to become Africa Union Commission chairperson. His office said yesterday, as it emerged, that he was using his old networks to campaign for him. So as Raila Odinga is busy arguing his case in China, during the China-Africa Cooperation Summit, the former president is equally pushing for his bid for the AUC chair. Well, that's good news in terms of Raila's bid for AUC chair. Equally, we have more stories. A man in 1.5 billion shillings Equity Bank heist held in forest with lions and hyenas.
As punishment, or?
Well, you'll have to grab a copy.
Take a look at that.
We can't let the cat out of the bag just yet, you know? Yeah, but it seems to be involved with sources saying that the man was warned not to share any information with the media or give details of what happened to him while he was in captivity.
So I told you I'm going to open a zoo. I have all my consultants ready because they've told us, City, you're actually right. Python is not poisonous. It is in the family of constrictors. So it's true. What the Amazon does with anaconda, we do with python. But I reckon the poison would come in. If it bites you, you still have to go to hospital.
Let me tell you something. Maybe this thing of it not being poisonous, I don't know.
Where? If it's poisonous, if it bites you, you're going to hospital.
It's not poisonous. Okay.
It's not poisonous. It doesn't have. It's not. But it's one of. It's dangerous. Anyway, like I told you, when I open a zoo, the people here will be my consultants. That's like you don't have to be a teacher to go to open a school. Anyway, how about you? Let's on the star.
Top right hand corner in teal green. Free copy of the Star and My Gov. Every Tuesday, this paper is free, all right? Not just roads. Chinese lobby is building dreams. You probably know Chinese projects to be largely about mega roads and SGR. Not anymore. NGOs from China are now expanding their visibility in the country, lending a helping hand to vulnerable children and communities. Is that not lovely? Men recount daring escape from hijackers, lucky to be alive. Elijah Road 29 made a daring escape when he was carjacked in July. The chicken trader was forced to jump out of the boot of a speeding car where the attackers had bundled him. He fell on the tarmac and lost consciousness.
Oh, no.
He woke up in hospital. He's lucky to be alive with no major injuries. It's a miracle that I'm still alive and I'm ready for any eventuality. Okay? Right, triple burden. Young farmers in Kajiado embrace forage cultivation. I have no idea what that is. A group of youth from Kajiado County have decided to grow forage after losing their livestock to contaminated feed. This can't have been good.
Wow.
This can't have been good. Forage must be food for these animals. Anyway, it's a long story, and they have decided to set a youth self-help group called All Teyani, and this is what they will be doing. Now, bang in the middle of the paper, big rip-off. Women, youth, persons with disability act as fronts of influential people. Remember, our constitution mandates that there is a specific place and there are specific affirmative actions that must be taken for youth, women, and persons with disabilities when it comes to the tendering process, isn't it?
Yep.
Now, this story, which is back in the middle of the paper, this is what it reads. How the wealthy rig out youth in tenders. Agencies fail to meet rule to award 30% of procurements to disadvantaged groups. Instead, what they do is the people who fall into the category of either youth, women, and persons with disability are used as a front. Okay, but then also, in the middle of the paper, are pictures of politicians. Political battles as MPs fight to take over as governors. I get the impression that the pictures of the governor, the MPs I see here, are people who it is being said, or it is being alluded to, that they are seeking in the not too distant future the possibility of becoming governors of certain counties. The picture of Babu Owino, Didmas Baraza, Godfrey Osotsi, who is the senator for Vihiga. There is James Gakuya, there is J. Momanyi, there is K. Meto, there's Muhammad Ali, there's Mark Jameta, Silvano Sosoro, and Tim Wanyonyi.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's quickly take a look at traffic, short time, and then come back and look at some of these stories in detail. Shall we do it? Take a look at what's happening on the roads, where we also look at then CDF billions for dead projects, something like that. It continues on the People Daily today. They tell us about some of these things and how they're just not working. Okay, so a quick look at traffic and come back and continue with that. Okay, don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, the most of traffic that we're seeing this morning. Interesting how we look at just where it's clogging up. It's on the Thika Superhighway as you just come past Survey, and it's going to get us out into the CBD with a bit of a hold up right there. But after that, I think we're all right. Coming in all the way from Kasarani, Clay City, out through towards Garden City. We're not having an issue here, so it looks good. On the Eastern Bypass, we'll probably see some of that traffic and then spill over towards Outer Ring. Kangunda Road, in and outbound traffic is also starting to pile up. And on Jogo Road, heading out towards Landis, movement we will see there for sure. Getting on to Langata Road, coming from this whole Kiserian area, we're not having an issue here at all. So traffic is flowing. It's looking good wherever you look at it right now, except where we say we have holdups. We'll see what happens as we get into traffic hour. And in the meantime, you'll tell us what's going on where you are. SpiceFM on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, it's 20 minutes to 7 o'clock and looking at some of these stories. And I know many questions are being asked about the Adani deal. This is a big issue. It's on the back page of The Nation. Let me look at that story really quickly. While the President, the First Lady and Raila Odinga flew into China yesterday, and you want to ask, why was Raila Odinga there? Obviously, China is big in terms of diplomatic push here and there, and you never know who they could influence, so it makes sense that he's there at this time, especially when the AUC chairmanship bid is up. Okay, now there was a buzz and we did see the paperwork yesterday, but let's look at this deal. Somebody says they've already eaten the deposit. Okay. Adani sets up Kenyan firm amid push for JKIA deal. Adani Enterprises has set up a Kenyan subsidiary as it sets up to push to take over the running of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport amid continued opposition among transport workers to the takeover by the Indian conglomerate. The flagship company of Gautam Adani sprawling corporate giant incorporated airports infrastructure to PLC in Kenya on the 30th of August. According to a filing with the National Stock Exchange of India in Mumbai, AIP is incorporated to take over, operate, maintain, develop, design, construct, upgrade and modernize and manage the airports, according to the filing. The Kenyan subsidiary was set up by the Abu Dhabi group called Global Airports Operator, itself a subsidiary of Adani Enterprises, which will own 100% of AIP's share capital. As part of the incorporation of the Kenyan company, Adani issued share capital of 6.7 million shillings, consisting of 6,750 shares at 1,000 shillings per share. Now, while all of this is happening, staff have downed their tools. Adani noted that AIP is yet to commence operations or generate any revenue. The establishment of a Kenyan airport subsidiary is a sign of its continued commitment to the JKIA takeover, even as domestic opposition for the deal grows. Kenya Airports Authority workers went on strike at JKIA Monday, this was yesterday, to oppose Adani's proposal to take over the airport amid ongoing concerns over job security. Adani submitted a privately initiated proposal to the Kenya Airports Authority earlier this year to operate JKIA under a 30-year concession. Adani's financial proposal shows that 750 million shillings will be spent on $750 million will be spent on the development of a new terminal building, associated apron and taxi system, and 2 rapid exit taxiways. This is expected to be completed by 2029, after which they will run, operate, construct, design, all those many eins for the next, 25 years.
That concession is huge, eh?
It's not a small story at all. So the rumblings that we were hearing at that time, has it been what? There's your answer. Yes, it has.
But and the amount that is mentioned as being the sum total of investment that they're putting in is how much?
$750 million. Would you like that in Kenya shillings, sir? In Kenya shillings, that comes to a whopping 96.66 billion shillings.
Close to a trillion.
Close to a trillion. No, close to 100 billion.
Trillion.
Close to 100 billion. Yeah.
Shillings.
Yes, close to 100 billion shillings. Teetering less 4 billion.
$750
million dollars. Yeah.
It's close to a trillion.
It is equal to 96, not 996. It is equal to 96 billion shillings. All right? Yes. Take 750 and multiply it by 100. You get 75 billion. So now when you do Karabati there with the extra shillings, 30, 130, comes to about 95, 96 billion.
100 billion.
So it's about 100 billion shillings.
That is money that is less. It's a third of what we give our counties.
Yar.
That we can afford. We don't need these guys to give us that money.
Thank you. So
if we can lose 1 trillion shillings in the country and the Auditor General can't find it, see, that's why I was stuck on that trillion.
Yeah.
So this 100 billion is what?
100 billion.
This one. We don't need.
A runway.
What are you guys called again?
Adani.
Yeah, no, we don't need Adani. That money we can organize ourselves. We actually do not need Adani to do that thing.
Is that not where the controversy is coming in here? Yes. Because the question is then, this amount of money that they're using to develop this airport and do it ABCD, is that money, can that money, if you shake everything, turn it upside down, can't you find that money here in Kenya and essentially do it for yourself? Pay a designer, pay a contractor. Why must you then, because it's little money. I hear what you're saying. I mean, it's not little money, but it's little money. Sure, you get. It's little money that you can actually find here and there. Yes.
Not only that, there are these guys who built the Rwandese airport.
The Qataris. Yes.
Well, we have a word with them as well, because this one needs to be put some competition.
But look at what comes after CT. They spend 100 billion. They've bought shares worth 6.75 million in order to operate in Kenya. But the things that come after that, I think, is where you really need to pay attention. That there's a takeover. They will manage. They will operate. They will do all these things for the next 30 years. You've basically given them your airport.
You've actually given them the airport. They're more or less going to decide how our airport functions.
Yes.
That is a high security area. How do you let somebody else determine how that thing is going to run? You know, there's some guys who also built the Oliver Tambo International Airport in South Africa when they were having, was it Olympics or was it World Cup?
It was the World Cup in 2010.
The Olympic World Cup.
That one.
World Cup.
Yes.
Those guys did a splendid job. So they could ask those guys also to come and have a look about. And look, a project of this nature cannot be single-sourced. That's what I'm trying to say.
For me, I'm stuck on those two.
This sort of project, single-sourcing, no.
For the amount of money?
No.
Like you said, it's a third of the money that goes to counties every year.
And we are able to give counties.
Kenya cannot find 100 billion shillings. So that little money that you get...
It is a sixth of what we put into the education sector. Okay? So you're telling me we do not have that money?
Yeah.
No. That we must give it to someone for... How many years is it?
30.
No. 5 years I would have understood. 30.
Can I read those things that they said they will do as they are doing?
Yes.
They said they will what? They will take over. Take over. Operate, maintain, develop, design, construct, upgrade, modernize, and manage the airports. All those things for the whopping sum of 100 billion.
Whatever happened to the Greenfields project? There was a Chinese company whom we are paying a huge amount of money, which is almost the equivalent of what we're trying to pay Adani, or Adani is saying is with the sum total of what it costs to do whatever they're saying they're going to do. Why didn't we just call back those Chinese and say, guys, can we talk forgiveness, please? We don't have to pay you.
Come and do this.
Just do what you're supposed to do in the first place.
There's a big rat here. Is it rat now or fish that's smelling? There's something here that just doesn't jive.
No. Everything about this Adani story, doesn't matter how you look at it, okay? It doesn't matter how you look at it. The alternatives exist. You know, to add insults to injury, there's this other printing thing that we're doing with some German firm to sort of like print money. You know, questions have to be asked. How do you have something this sensitive, and then you single source, and then you give the facts after the event? Yes. How?
After it is done.
How? Something that critical, something that serious.
Something is a stinking.
You know, one of the things that people who talk about austerity measures, Austerian is, as they are called. There is a renowned economist by the name of Paul Krugman. And he says, if you look at the Western countries and how they borrow in their currency.
Yeah.
He says the likelihood of a default on a problem doesn't exist. And you know why? They can, I was about to say they can, they can as well just print more money after all.
After all, it's your currency.
Yes.
And you have the
so when you tell us that we want to print more money and we are borrowing more from our banks, I'm afraid I have to be suspicious. Why? What are you planning to do?
Yeah, there's something here.
You're telling us we need the fiduciary issue. I get it. They get worn out, you disregard them, what have you. The De La Rue story didn't make sense. We buy 30% shares and then it shuts down with our 30%, which we paid for. Okay, doesn't make sense, but we leave it there for the time being, park it for a little while. Then let's look at the German company that I don't doubt that they do a splendid job printing these things. I don't doubt that at all. Why them?
Why them?
Surely.
But you guys cannot be making noise here and say, oh, the deal has been done, my friend. Anybody who wanted to eat anything has eaten.
Let me tell you something,
Deposit.
It must be said. You know why? Problems are made of such things when you keep quiet. And it isn't as though I'm revealing something that people don't know. It's been in the papers, it's been written. In fact, I got the information when I read the papers. Otherwise, I didn't even know about it. No, I did not know. But the question has to be asked. Why do we have so many things? Now, before you can say peekaboo, okay, then we have something called Starlink, which is associated. I was told that he's not an African. Elon Musk is an African. Other countries have already adopted this, and I'm told it offers a very cheap solution, an alternative. Those who were born in the days of telecom, when you had a landline, which didn't worked, you didn't have a choice because it was only one, know how when the handheld gadgets came in, suddenly telecom had no option but to die, okay? Now, this is very stiff competition for Safaricom. But the story around it seems to revolve around, perhaps it isn't. But remember, this thing is working in other countries. All you need to do is benchmark. You just need to look and ask yourself, how is Starlink working in other jurisdictions?
We'll have the Adani conversation at 8 o'clock, and we're going to get you guys to weigh in on that, your thoughts and such. So that happens at 8. All right, Jesse, what story are you looking at?
I'm tempted to go with the teachers' strike that has come to an end, bearing in mind the Teachers Union, the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, KUPPET, got to a deal with the employer, the Teacher Service Commission, and it's on the front pages of both the Standard and the Daily Nation. But as they say, the devil is in the detail. That back-to-work formula that was signed amid claims of non-fulfillment of teachers' demands. Remember, initially, NAT had decided to actually toe the line and call their teachers back to school. KUPPET stuck to their guns, insisting that an increase of, I remember the SG saying, we're not striking for just 1,000 Kenya shillings increase. There's a lot more to this. And the devil is in the detail, as they say. There are a couple of issues, roughly 5 issues they wanted highlighted, including promotion of teachers and whatnot. But it seems the government stuck to its guns. What KUPPET got is the 31 billion, if I'm not wrong, that was released to implement the second phase of the CBA that comes to an end, I think, in 2025. And what they were assured in terms of TSC, what TSC told KUPPET, is that they were assured that the junior secondary school teachers would be absorbed on permanent and pensionable terms in January. So that's next year. So for the JSS teachers, it will be yet again a game of wait and see. In addition to that, the meeting chaired by the teachers' employer also announced a resumption of teachers' medical cover. This was a core issue because you could hear from the union that, our members actually with terminal illnesses are being turned back at medical service providers who had refused to offer services due to unpaid dues. So perhaps that's a silver lining in terms of the plight for teachers in the country. And remember, the union also wanted the remittance of third-party deductions, which included monies teachers had borrowed from banks and SACCOs, but were not sent to creditors despite deductions on their pay slips. So remember, there's a court case coming up. I think it's on the 5th of this month, on Thursday. So perhaps it will be the much-awaited panacea, the silver lining, giving the teachers the way forward, because not all their issues have been canvassed by the employer TSC. They've been given an assurance that we're working on it. Hey, it's tough. And remember, earlier on I mentioned that the civil service has equally decided to give a 1 month's notice. At the end of September, they'll be downing their tools, and they say that it's unfair. You're implementing the CBA for the teachers. What about us? You know,
it's strike season, isn't it? Everybody's saying, you know what, and it's just on that. It's just on that you didn't do what you said you were going to do, and as a result of that, we're not going to be able to continue to offer our services. Get your ducks in a row. We come back to work. Until then, how about we stay at home because there's no difference? I mean, City.
Well, let me look at the Star, and let me look at. Big battles in counties as MPs fight to succeed and unseat governors. Okay? This is the never-ending story of how it is succession politics works in this country. People who already are in political positions, some who are not, determine that, they can take a stab at the biggest, out of the presidency, the biggest job that you're going to get, and that is of being a governor. Okay, 19 governors are serving their second term, while 28 will be defending their seats in 2027, which means there are 19 counties where it's up for grabs. Any person and whoever it is who supports them can now try and vie for this position. This information is often very useful insofar as we are just sort of like figuring out how the political chess game is being played. But key to this question has always been, all right, amidst all this foolery and all this left and right, how does the citizenry actually benefit beyond being entertained? Because these battles are sometimes very entertaining, but at the end of it, the citizen who is supposed to benefit does not benefit. And there's very little that the citizen can point at and refer to even as a benefit.
Indeed.
And I say this because we give politics center stage when it comes to discussions, and yet what politics is meant to do for the citizenry, we do not give center stage, because the citizenry are supposed to be the focus of every discussion we have about politics, politicians, and what they do.
Absolutely. And if it isn't, then we have to ask, right? Okay. Fugitive Kevin Kang'ethe extradited to the US. Kevin Kang'ethe, a Kenyan facing murder charges in the US, has been extradited. Kang'ethe is expected to be charged in a Massachusetts court. CT say Massachusetts?
Massachusetts.
Well done. And say Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania.
Okay.
If I say it slowly,
don't.
I get it. If I don't, I'll trip over my own tongue.
Director of Public Prosecutions Benson Ingonga announced in a statement that his office dispatched Kang'ethe on Sunday aboard a Department of Justice jet. The Director of Public Prosecutions, Benson Ingonga, has successfully secured the extradition of Kevin Kang'ethe to the United States of America. He's accused of murdering his girlfriend, Margaret Mbitu, whose body was found with stab wounds inside a car in the parking garage of Boston's Logan Airport in November of 2023. Ingonga said, "I wish to reiterate my commitment and support whenever needed back to the United States of America, and in particular to the prosecution team as they proceed with the next phase of the case. Investigations in the US believe that Kang'ethe, who resided in Boston, allegedly killed Mbitu 31, who was from Massachusetts between October 30th and November 1st, before taking a 16-hour flight to Kenya via the Logan Airport. Mbitu's family at the time said that their loved one had been seen on October 30th at her Halifax workplace, where she checked out at around 11 p.m. after her shift. After failing to communicate with her family and friends, she was reported missing on the same day before her body was discovered 2 days later at the airport. The family also noted that after work, Mbitu drove more than 62 kilometers to go see Kang'ethe. On November 3rd, U.S. authorities released Kang'ethe's photos, one of which was captured by the airport security cameras, saying they were looking for him in connection with the murder. They then arrested him in Kenya. We know what happened after that. They found him. Now he's going back to face those charges in the U.S. It seems like they've stacked up quite some evidence against him, and it'll be interesting to see how this all plays out. It's interesting how these legal battles play out between one jurisdiction to the next. There's so much more happening in the papers, a lot of more stories that we'll highlight. One of them, like I said, we'll talk about at 8 o'clock, this whole Adani deal and what it means. It's necessary for things, again, like you said, CT, that affect the citizenry to be discussed in the open during the day while the lights are on. Okay, Let's get into conversations that we'll be having at 7 a.m. And just remembering that as we're locking in this morning, Kenya's biggest conversation goes into its second hour after the news. Good morning. It is 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It's now 7 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga. All public secondary school learners who had been affected by the Kuppet teachers' strike have been urged to report back to school. Kuppet Secretary General Akela Missouri and TSC CEO Nancy Macharia say they've entered into an agreement that will see the 2021-2025 CBA fully implemented. Missouri says they've called off the strike, although failure by the government to do its part will see them return to the streets. Macharia has, however, assured them that Treasury has released funds to ensure that their complaints are addressed.
In compliance with the court order which was instituted, which is coming up on 5th, that is Thursday, from the union side, we suspend the strike and ask all our teachers to go back to class pending the speedy resolutions of these matters as already agreed upon between us and the Commission.
We are happy to report to the nation that we have reached an amicable settlement which will enable our teachers resume duty immediately. As promised on August 21st, 2021, the Commission is today pleased to confirm that the government provided funds for the implementation of the second phase of the CBA with effect from the 1st July 2024, and all our teachers have benefited from the same together with the arrears attendance.
Ugandan Olympian Rebecca Cheptegei is nursing 75% burn wounds after she was set ablaze by her boyfriend. Trans Nzoia County Police Commander Jeremiah Kosiom said that Cheptegei, who represented Uganda in the women's 10,000 meters at the 2024 Paris Olympics, sustained serious burns following wrangles over the plot that their home sits on in Indembes. Kosiam adds that the suspect, who doused his girlfriend with petrol before setting her on fire, also sustained serious burns and were both receiving treatment at the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret. Kameme TV journalist Catherine Wanjiri Kariuki, who was shot 3 times while covering protests against the government, now says her life is in danger. Wanjiri has filed a statement at the police station in Nakuru where the incident happened, saying she received a call from a stranger who threatened her.
It's funny how the person who called me when I landed in Nakuru, and apparently I was having a doctor's appointment that day, and they gave some information, and actually your question, they insisted on calling me back, but I did not pick it. After they gave me that information and dared me not to share that number with the police, with anyone, whether the police or anyone. And since that day, Nakuru has been a place that I don't feel safe or anywhere else.
It is believed this is after she demanded for justice while journalists across the country participated in protests to defend the freedom of journalists and the media. No meaningful action has been taken against the police officer who shot her.
The more the case takes long, the longer I'll feel I'm not, because I know, and we all know that the person who shot me is out there. He's still working, and we don't know what powers they have in the National Police Service department. So I don't know what protection they have. So, and like I was saying, I'm just a normal journalist. So for me, I have no protection because it's a police officer who shot me.
That's the News Wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
came into existence.
All right, what's happening with traffic this morning as we're getting around to 8 o'clock? A little bit of that still coming in on the thicker superhighway. It's not too crazy though, because it's moving until you get to Survey and then it slows down. Actually, that's not all true. A little bit of traffic coming in from Allsops. It's bumper to bumper until you get to Survey, and then even after that on Kiambu Road, traffic is starting to look like it will be a mess today. And then getting onto Wangari Maathai, some traffic as you approach that whole museums area and try to make your way towards Westlands or then into the city. Landis Road is busy. It's packing a punch coming off of Jogo Road heading towards Landis, and that looks like it's going to be busy for a while. Coming on to Kangunda Road, and this is off Outer Ring. Quite some traffic here as well. All right, so we're going to keep an eye on things and see. Ngong Road is going to build as we get towards traffic hour. Let's talk, keep things moving this morning. Let's speak to each other. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
Indeed, the only way to start your day. It is 6 minutes after 7 o'clock on this third day of September. Welcome to the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. The Situation Room gets into its second hour. And even as we do that, good morning and welcome to our audiences clocking in from different parts. Our live streams are up on Facebook, on YouTube, on X, and on TikTok. And welcome to our audiences on KTN. We're getting into a conversation this hour, and our guest is here. He's been looked for years, and today is the day he decided to grant us the honor to at least have a conversation with him today. And so then now maybe he can explain to you why he's been unfindable. Let's remind you that Jesse Rogers is our guest host this morning as well. He's joining us to have this conversation. Senator Danson Mungatana.
Yes.
The Senator for Tana River County.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank you, Ndu.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana, and good morning to our audience. I'm happy to be here. I have actually listened to very academic discussions taking place here. And sincerely, I'm glad to be here to also make my small contribution.
Well, we're thankful that you are. Like I said, it has been a very, very long time that we've looked for you. But we are glad that at least you've been found.
Thank you.
You're in the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you.
And let's see how that goes.
All right.
We normally welcome our guests with a proverb.
Yes.
CT goes around the continent.
Yes.
And he bags proverbs from different countries every week.
Yes.
And what we want you to do is listen to the proverb, tell us what you think about it and how you would interpret it.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Okay.
Okay.
Proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, formerly known as the Ivory Coast. You should not be frightened of a python because of its length. Let me repeat the proverb. You should not be frightened of the python because of its length. Begs the question, what then should we be frightened of?
Senator?
So I should not be frightened because of the python because of its length.
Yes.
I think for me it brings to me the idea that whatever the situation you are faced with, you should just plunge on. Don't worry. Focus on what you want to achieve and get there, irrespective of how the weather is looking like or how the situation is looking like. Yes, that's what it comes to me.
Oh, this is interesting.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, everybody would look at the python and think about its danger as opposed to looking at it as an opportunity to face what's in front of you.
Yeah, because many times you may not have, especially if you are in leadership, you may not see everything clearly sometimes, but you know what you want to, where you want to go. So you just keep on keeping on. You keep on showing up on the path that you choose.
Yeah.
And then eventually the mist clears and you're able to get where you want to go.
Indeed.
Yes.
Looks good. All right. Getting into our conversation for this hour.
Yes.
There are a number of things happening around the country. It would look as though we're going back into political season.
Yes.
Whereby development now is probably not the front and center of attention.
Yes.
We'll take this last weekend as an example. The Nyanza tour by the president, homecomings by new cabinet secretaries, and the likelihood of these grassroots political activities taking on another phase. And we come back and ask ourselves the question, we've been in political season for a very long time, and it still seems as though we are still there. When do you break the cycle of still trying to convince people of a particular position and get to work? And I think that's what we are looking at today. So why are we going back into these grassroots political activities all of a sudden? Senator, from your point of view.
Yes.
Let's go.
No, maybe there are two quick things I want to say. Kenyans must be remembering our former president, Mwai Kibaki. He was a man who used to operate from the headquarters in Nairobi here. And he did achieve a lot of things that we still talk about to date. But Kenyans also now are seeing another president who is out and about. He is out there doing this, launching and doing all that. Now, is it bad? Is Kibaki's style good? Is President Ruto's style good? Is Kibaki's style bad? Is President Ruto's style bad? From where I sit, I like to say that as a country, first of all, we must accept that we voted in a constitution that brings term limits with it. So every president we are going to choose will have a maximum of 2 terms. Some will do 1, some will do 2 terms. And we have sort of mirrored the American system of elections and governance. Now, I have read quite a bit of the presidents in the US, and each president has its own character. So Kenyans must accept that in our history, we will be electing very outgoing presidents. We will also be electing very quiet presidents. But is it bad? Is it good? I think it is a question of the electorate. They know whom they are electing. When we were electing President Kibaki, we all know the kind of style he had when he was leader of opposition and when he was in as a president. We knew what kind of a man we are putting in there. When we elected President Ruto, we also knew the kind of a man we are putting there. So I think Kenyans must start accepting that going forward, we're going to have different styles of governance. Now, is it a good thing? We're going back to campaigns and whatnot. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I think the jury is out there. Because I will tell you now, as Senator for Tana River, we were very happy to receive President Ruto in our area a few weeks ago. And I would say this, that one of the things the president would do when he takes the mic, he would say, I want to apologize for the first president, the second president, the third president, the fourth president, because we never came to your place. Okay? And people would cheer loudly. The president, when he came to Tana River, he came to 4 places. In one of the places, the last president who was there was President Moi 44 years ago. And the other 3 places where he went, there has never been a president there. So when he comes and he tells us he has come to see us, to visit us, and to tell us his plans, then he says, Tana River, we must change Tana River from its earlier reputation of hunger, suffering, and war and conflict. We must make this county a very productive place, a food basket, because it has the land, it has the soils. So going this way, I have invested 400 million in irrigation scheme. Bura irrigation, we are going to expand it by 40,000 acres. Tana and Athi River development down there, the TDIP irrigation, Tana Delta irrigation program, the TDIP. We are also getting private, public-private partnership. And we've already seen it. Some production has started. People have gone back to work in the area. I have also come to start this water project in a place where the last stop was a place called Bangale. Now, Bangale town has had a problem with water. And I remember when we went to see the president and we were trying to map out where he would go as leaders of Tana River, the MP there said, we have a program, a project that has started that has not been finished, a water project. And I remember the president saying, no, we must make sure by the time I'm going there, that project, I'm going to launch it. And Bangale town actually received water when we were there. So I have got very fond memories, and the people of Tana River appreciate the fact that the president went there. In some of those areas, like we visited a school there, Ngao Girls, the road was not passable because the president was coming, the road was done very well.
Now I have a problem right there, Senator.
I know, but I'm just trying to tell you.
I understand what you're saying.
That when the president comes, it's I'm telling you as a man from the grassroots, we like it and we think it's a very good thing. Argument can be put there.
Allow me to put the argument there, if you will, at this point, because the words that you just spoke, by nature of the fact that the president was coming, for 2 things, so that his vehicle could apply that route without a problem, whereby individuals, communities, families who have to use that road every single day are not cared for or catered for. Suddenly, Gafla Bin Vu, a contractor, appears from nowhere. Because the president is coming, they decide to fix the road. But the citizens for which this is supposed to be working, communities who have to take food from farm to market, individuals who have to go from their homes to work, children who have to go from their homes to school, have to use that road every single day. That is whom development is supposed to be working for. But then the president is coming to Tana River and you decide, this will be an embarrassment, let's fix the road. Do you not see a problem here? So when you come for these grassroots political activities and everybody says that the communities are happy to see the president, it's a flash in the pan, one day affair, he's gone. What happens after he leaves? And I think this is the problem. Why do we continually have those situations if the things that are supposed to be done at the grassroots on every level are not done? But then there's a kind of pretense that takes place because the president is coming to an area. We're letting people down. Why is that acceptable? Your argument is making a lot of sense. But let me just say this. First of all, in that particular school, the president didn't use a car. He flew in. Even better.
He landed in a certain place, and it was near enough. He just walked and to the school and did what he had to do. So it wasn't really strictly for the president, but I'm saying that by his coming, there was that preparation. That still doesn't answer the question that you have put. Is it good or is it bad that things are hurried up when the president is visiting? I think from a grassroots point of view, I think I'm very happy to see things rushed up. Why I say so is, for example, when the president is going to, say, launch a road, you will find that ordinarily, the leadership of that area is called to State House to discuss the program. The president is expected to be here, there. How do we plan? So obviously, at that point, ordinarily, as a member of parliament, as a senator, as a governor, any person who is in elected positions, we have to keep pushing for our programs and projects, those which are started, those which are ongoing. But you'll find that, and this is the reality, that you can go to office after office pushing for a project, and you see it takes so long. But when those officers know that the head of state is going to come into that area, and they know, for example, that it was a topic of discussion in State House. For example, if there is this water project, for example, or a bridge or something that needed to be done, and we are saying maybe next month the president is coming, when I go now to sit with the PS, or the minister, I would tell him, look, we've been talking about this thing. You haven't pushed it now. The president is coming. Do what you need to do to make sure that it happens.
And that's my problem, Senator.
So
because there are Kenyan. This is my problem.
Yes.
That there are hundreds of thousands of Kenyans who need that bridge every day.
Yes.
And look at your position as a senator in a position of oversight.
Yes.
To ask the questions about why is this thing not working the 364 days of the year. It's not working. It's not working for Kenyans. The bridge does not exist. The road does not exist. The water project that could benefit Kenyans is not functioning. But the one day, so that we can pay lip service or eye service to the president, that he is coming, suddenly the contractor is found. Suddenly funds are available. Suddenly a road will be finished. It's an injustice and a disservice to Kenyans.
I would put it this way: it is, saying it's an injustice, and it
sounds hurtful.
No, it's correct.
It's the truth.
By the way, it's correct.
Yeah,
but it's one way of looking at it. I would look at it like hurrying up the process. You see, it's a way of hurrying up the process. Why? Because the boss of them all, the heads of the ministries and whatever, the boss of them all is the president. So when you go now and tell somebody like, look, the president has mentioned this, it tends to hurry up. So is it a good thing that he's coming and it is happening, or is it a bad thing that he's coming and it's happening? I think the jury is out there. But for me as a leader, if I know I've been pushing for a road and it's not being done, or the contract is not being signed, and then the president is about to come, maybe he's coming next month, and if everything falls into place, I would just say that the system is inefficient, okay, like you say, but it is positive that he has come because it has hurried up the system. So from my point of view, obviously hurrying up the system so that I achieve something for my county is a good thing.
The boss of them all.
But I agree.
The boss of them all is the people. The people are the sovereign. The people is whom, in my opinion, and maybe you can give some insight to that, is whom those who are the worker bees in the system ought to be sure that they serve.
Correct.
The president is not the boss of them all. The president is serving the people.
It's true, but our lived experience.
And the experience, exactly, shows that we've inverted that sovereignty.
Yes.
So much so that we don't even see that we should be serving people at communities.
Yes.
And that we say that when a project is uncompleted and the president is coming to the grassroots for a visit, then we think the boss of them all is coming. The boss is living in the communities. The person that we should be serving is going to school in those communities, is looking for clean water in those communities,
Correct.
is looking for health centers and schools that function in those communities.
Correct.
But we've inverted the sovereignty. How then do you look to make sure oversight happens or works when we don't even know who we should be giving the priority in terms of attention?
I want to say something here. Yeah. What we're saying is absolutely true, but there's the unfortunate reality of what we have lived through and what we've learned to accept.
Yeah.
And the citizenry is the sovereign, and our constitution states it clearly. But the citizenry don't seem to know that. And if they know it, they're not sure that it's true. They prefer to hang on to what has been believed before that the Bwana Mkubwa, the Mheshimiwa, is the one who will bring development, to put it simply.
Yes.
And if the president comes, then development follows. But I cannot actually say that I would blame the citizenry, because the president talks development wherever he goes.
Yes.
And he talks bringing development. And he talks money that has been set aside. Because he says it is assumed it is him who sets it aside. And that it is him who decides exactly where it goes, because that's the messaging that is heard. Now, let me ask, what portion of Tana River is not fertile?
Oh, there's the arable land, and there is the land that is not arable.
It's not a desert?
It's semi-desert.
Semi-arid?
Yes.
Semi-arid can be farmed.
Correct.
Tana River is fertile. Tana River has water. Tana River should have been the breadbasket of this country a very long time ago.
You're right.
Why has it not?
Okay. I think, let me just say this, that in this country, Bwana Muga,
yes,
there has been very skewed resource allocation.
Correct.
And it is informed by even the way we got independence. This country has been discriminating against us. And it is a fact that in 1965, session of paper number 10, which was brought by Tom Joseph Mboya, the then economic planning minister, said that was 1965, 2 years after independence, that we are going to invest in high potential areas. Okay? So there was a policy from the very beginning of this, the birth of this nation, that they would discriminate Tana River County, Isiolo County, Garissa County, and all those other counties,
Marsabit,
and those areas that are far off, Lamu included.
Yes.
Okay, so not just the northeastern, but even the far north coast, like ourselves.
Yes.
So it is a shame that that mentality has continued for so long. And we are trying to fight and change that mentality, because it is as a result of that our people many years ago, they would say, hey, naenda Kenya. Naenda Kenya. He is in Tana River in Kenya, but he's saying naenda Kenya. Why? Because where he's going, that's where there is street lights, that is where there is everything else. So there has been a very sad situation in this country, and my prayer is that over time these things will change. And we, for example, in Tana River, saw in our county headquarters, Hola, for the first time, a tarmac road when devolution came. You know, we used to see tarmac roads when we go up coast, you know, like towards Malindi. Some counties like Lamu, they still don't have a tarmac road. So let us say that to answer your question, there has been a deliberate, discrimination against the people of Tana River, and my prayer is that this changes. And you know, the sad thing is we take a beating twice. Look, the river Tana, which you have mentioned, it comes from up these mountains, and it goes down towards the delta down there.
Up to the Indian Ocean.
Yes, up to the Indian Ocean. So they would block it so that we can get electricity for the rest of Kenya.
Except
us. So for a very long time, we didn't have electricity. Actually, Garsen constituency got electricity when I was then a member of parliament. And I still thank Honorable Ochilo Ayako to date. And I remember when I was just elected, and Ayako was then Minister for Energy. And he was one class ahead of me in the old Alliance High School. So I went to him and told him, my friend, I have a problem. I want you to help me. We have no power in electricity in Garsen. He said, you don't have power? I said, I don't. and you're the Minister for Energy, you are going to give me power. So he said, okay, let us make a meeting for next week. I will call those guys here. So Kenya Power bosses, what they were called, and we went. When we sat there, the minister said, I don't want to hear stories. I want to know, when are you giving my friend power? You see, and those were many years ago. And they told me, can you take I think 133 kV, something like that, a step down. They told me we have plans to send power to Lamu, those big pylons, but it's going to take time. I said, no, I don't want that story.
The one you have.
The one you have. So they say, okay, we can do a step down from Malindi to your, and that is when we got power in my constituency. I mean, we have been discriminated for so long. But then, this is the funny side of it. They blocked the river, they didn't give us power, but when there is a lot of rain and flooding, they release the water. Kengen releases the water, and we are flooded down there. You get, so we are punished twice. We are not given the power, and then we are released water as a punishment for I don't know what's wrong with this country.
Well, Jesse's been taking notes. Jesse's been taking notes. And I think at the end of it, he has come up with a couple of questions that he's going to throw at you.
Yes.
I think just following up on CT's question, because it definitely opened the Pandora's box in terms of the discrimination over time that Tana River, including the northeastern counties, have faced. And I think it begs the question, how exactly are we changing that narrative? Because devolution has been touted as the best way to bring pesa mashinani.
Correct.
So in your role as oversight, Bwana Senator, is devolution truly bringing those benefits?
Okay, Jesse, let me say that there are two levels to answer that question. The first one is at the national, and then the second one is at the county level. At the national level, something is happening. I cannot deny. For example, now, with the coming of this new president, now he's not new anymore, President Ruto, one of the first things he did was to fly to Galana Kulalo. Galana Kulalo, about 70% of that whole scheme is in Tana River County. About 30% is in Kilifi County. So he says, we are going to restart this project. We are going to make this project productive. And you know what has happened? Power, I was there about 10 days ago with the private partner, because a private partner has been identified. Government is supposed to do power, is supposed to do the tarmac road, is supposed to do a bridge, and they are doing it. Actually, I witnessed. So is something being done at the national level? Yes. So there's some form of an address, and then that place, when it is opened up, it will employ so many people, and the area is going to be highly productive, because the private partner has done some pilot studies, and he has produced 35 bags per acre, which was very, very good.
Is that timeline we're looking at in terms?
Yes, because when we were there, he explained to us. They explained to us that they are moving in. They're now moving in because the funds and everything has been put together. So far, they have put in, them as private partners, they are putting in about 1.4 billion, and they're saying over a period of 30 years, because that is the lease they have been given for the land, they plan to put over 20 billion in terms of injecting capital to that area. So that is one area. Then there is the Tana TDIP project, Tana Delta Irrigation Project down, which is owned by the Tarda. That one again, a private partner has been identified. So at the national level, again, you can see the private partner has started harvesting. So people are doing good business there, already starting to do good business. And then Bura Irrigation Scheme is another place where we used to have problems with the water, because all the time the farmers are saying the water is not enough. Sometimes it's a lot, sometimes it's not enough. But it was because of the machinery and the engineering that were outdated. Now the government has put in money, and we are opening up about 40,000 acres. So, in terms of the national government, something has happened and is happening, and we are hopeful that the past is being corrected, although it will take time, but it's being corrected slowly. At the county government level, we've had two governors. The first governor and currently the second governor, who is doing his second and last term. Now, have we done a lot locally? I can't say.
I think it's an obvious answer.
Because you can see even these ratings that came out just the other day. We've not done very well. And my prayer is that our people will get the correct people in the correct places.
Let's take a break on that point, because I want to come back and open this up just a little bit more. Because Kenya, whether you look at it in whole or when you look at it in, smaller parts, should be punching up much higher and much harder than it is. And we have folks whose job it is to look at a lot of these things and say, guys, here it is not working. So let's look at how oversight then actually works around the country to say, look, this is not working and it's not on. We shouldn't be where we are. The Senator for Tana River County, Danson Mungatana, is our guest this hour. And we're looking at grassroots. Politicking is in full volume. But one has to ask, with all of that, where is development? It continues after this. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
When you're impeached, you're impeached. When you're sentenced, you're sentenced.
Madam Chief Justice.
Until the sentence is set aside. Ukibeba vitu kwa roho utakufa. If you carry things in your heart, you will die.
The reason for which you went to school and then gathered experience, that reason must be paid for.
All right.
Okay.
This level.
Shape up or ship out.
Levels don't change.
No. It's about shipping out.
You're my business partner here.
Shipping out.
Are we talking about the ship in the bathtub? Or
the ship man?
Emmanuel Talabu used to tell us a story of they were in school and they'd been told to write composition about a ship. His classmate raises a hand. Teacher, are you talking about a ship or a ship goat?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
The weather with SpiceFM.
14 degrees and partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs of 21 and highs of 24 in a sunny Nakuru at 14. It's 15 and sunny in Nyeri with highs of 22. And we're looking into a sunny Eldoret at 13, going to highs of 23. Mombasa is sunny at 23 with highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 29 in a sunny Malindi at 24. 20 and sunny into Kisumu with highs of 30, and we'll see highs of 29 in a sunny Kakamega at 18. Kampala is sunny at 19 with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 28 in a sunny Dar es Salaam at 22. It's 11 and sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 25, and into Mogadishu, sunny through Tuesday with highs of 30 and highs of 20 in a mostly cloudy Addis at 12. It's 24 and partly cloudy in Lagos with highs of 30, while Kinshasa will see highs of 30 where it's mostly cloudy at 21.
Spice up your life.
All right, take a quick look at where we are with traffic this morning. We're getting into traffic hour proper now, and coming off of the thicker superhighway, we're just seeing some of that coming in from that Allsops junction, and it is probably going to get still crazier. Way before that, actually, we're seeing traffic coming in from Garden City, also then touching in from Kangunda Road, which touches then on Outer Ring, and it's all spilling over. Now look at that heavy traffic right around Wangari Maathai away. It's touching on parts of Museum and then out towards Westlands. Inbound from Westlands as well, there is quite some traffic. It's all going to spill over towards Uhuru Highway. Inbound from the Nyeri National Stadium Junction, there's traffic heading out towards Uhuru Highway, so that's busy. Also on Ngong Road, coming in from that junction between Kikuyu Road and Naivasha Road, spilling over to Ngong Road. The junctions then between right there at the Dagoretti corner, very, very heavy traffic then trying to get into the CBD. Langata Road is piling up and it's coming in heavy from Magadi Road as well. We are in traffic hour. If this is what you think it's going to look like, it's going to get a little bit stickier. Coming in then from the Eastern Bypass, heavy traffic all the way from the interchange. It's coming through towards North Airport Road and then going towards Outer Ring. We're on traffic hour. Let's keep our eyes on things and talk on SpiceFM KE on X, #The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The Senator for Tana River County is our guest this hour, and we're looking at a number of things as we continue with this conversation. Grassroots, yes, of course, which is where development spurs.
Yes.
And it essentially spawns there, and then you can see it on a national level because it happened at the grassroots. Yes. And one would hope that with all the talk that we see happening at the grassroots, that is going to then find its way through, and the projects that are being launched. I mean, we all know, we can see, whether you want to talk about people who've gone around and some of these very same projects that you talk about being launched.
Yes.
We can see those who've gone around and are doing the due diligence and saying, look, this was launched 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, yes, last year, and we don't see any movement. We know Auditor General, every time she releases a report, there are reports of development projects that should have started, for which money was spent, but we don't see the project and we don't see the money. It is too often a tale of things that are going on in Kenya for a nation that should be punching well above its weight on the development agenda. It is not happening. And this is not a political question. It is a fact question. Why do we not see as much effort and as much money is being put into these things to raise the profile of some parts of the country? Why don't we see the end goal? One. And then why don't we hear loudly from folks such as yourself who should be asking the questions about why money is being spent on things we do not see with as much fervor as these grassroots political activities are taking place? Why? Why?
It's a tough question because I hold the view that more can be done by all of us from our different positions. And it is especially sad that every year when the Attorney General, the Auditor General gives the report, we don't see any form of charges being presented in court. We don't see asset recovery. We don't see people paying the price. So then the argument is that whatever the Auditor General has presented needs to be processed through Parliament, that is the National Assembly, and we also play a certain role, although ours is focused on the counties. Now, still, you see, let me just talk about our role as Senate in the oversight.
Yes.
We don't do primary oversight. We do secondary oversight. In this sense, the county assembly is supposed to carry out primary oversight, so that projects that are happening, they are supposed to call the cabinet, not the cabinet secretary, but the the CECs, the ministers at that level, to ask them questions about the water project, the hospitals. They're supposed to put the accountability on those guys there first. We, as a senator, I'm supposed to push the governor. And this is how it happens. First, we are the ones who fight for the money to be allocated to go down to the counties.
Yes.
So once the equitable share has left Nairobi to the county government, it is the governor. The law says it's the governor who organizes how that money is supposed to be spent. But even he doesn't have power to spend the money. He has to take it to the county assembly via the budget process.
Yes.
And they are the ones who then, they of course have to improve it. That's why there's always push and pull. Then it comes back and it gives the governor the check to the power to write the checks. Then it comes to us now through, at the secondary level, through the Auditor General's report to us. And that's when we summon governors from various counties through the Senate Public Accounts Committee and also in other committees to put them into account. Why is this happening? Why is this not happening? And so on. We do that that's what we do in committees. But again, the Senate does not have powers of arrest. The Senate does not have powers to put anybody, to tell him, refund this money. We think that you have stolen. The Senate doesn't have those powers. So there are agencies which are supposed to carry out those functions. So what we do, we recommend, we say, Governor, in this year, this person ought to be investigated, arrested, and charged. Or this person needs to refund this money, or there was no information on this, so there was misuse of public office. And remember, at the Senate Public Accounts Committee, we sit there with ESCC represented, and they have first-hand information on that report. But again, even after strong recommendation, you will find that nothing really moves. Because again, the ESCC will tell you, we have finished investigations, we have passed the file to the office of the DPP. So the ODPP is supposed to be the one that clears for people to be charged.
Is Senate allowed to remind the ODPP that certain things are supposed to happen? Because the role, like you say, whether it's secondary oversight, it sounds to me as though it's a rolling oversight.
Correct.
That you don't do oversight on Tuesday and Thursday.
Yes.
That oversight takes place so long as there is a Senate.
Yes.
So you knowing full well that this case is there, or that there is a question here about 150 billion shillings that was supposed to be used for development, for example, it doesn't happen. I'm going to go back to the Galana Kulalu project. This is not the first time, for example, that we've heard about Galana. We had a sitting ambassador from Israel who left the project, left the country, and said that never in his lifetime had he seen something like that. And he did not want to be operating in that space again. We didn't talk about the money lost for Galana. We didn't ask about where did it go. Nobody said, okay, we need to deal with this. A sitting ambassador, something that has never happened before, left the country. Kenya, on its own recognizance, did not ask questions about what happened here, but what are we seeing? A revival of the same irrigation project. Nobody's asked questions. Nobody says, where did that money put in go? Nobody asked what were the products of that. But now it's being revived and it's being done all over again. Such cases that should be brought and questions asked. My question then is, Senate is a rolling, the senatorial oversight position is a rolling process. So it sounds as though when that file, if you're aware of it, goes to ODPP takes it to court, and it sits there, it gathers dust. Nobody asks the questions about how far is this case, how does it go? We just say, well, we've done our part and we've left it there.
I think the question you're asking, who oversights the oversighter?
Yes.
Now, this is where difficulties come in within our constitutional arrangement. The office of the deputy of the office of the ODPP is an independent office that works without direction from anybody. So all you do is maybe to ask, what have you done about it? But again, look at it. We deal with this in cycles. You have accounts for, say, the financial year 2021, 2022, then 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024, and so on. Or even financial year audit reports coming from different financial years that are very dated. So when you come and you have presented this, it has left your desk as a committee of the Senate. We have dealt with this matter. We have made our recommendation. It has gone to the ESCC. Now ESCC also say we have done our bit. We have taken to the ODPP. So who traces this movement of the file to ask why is this matter not in court? Or even sometimes the ODPP has sent it to court. The Office of the Director of Public Prosecution has sent the matter to court, and then it is in court for 10 years. Who is it that comes to make a question? What is happening to this other? I think that question is a question that we have been grappling with, and I think there's a systemic failure there, because the justice you are looking for is being delayed, and therefore, from a public perspective, it's being denied. Let me say this, that tackling corruption needs political will, a very strong political will. And unless there is a very strong push, for example, like when I remember the first time we got elected and Mwai Kibaki was in office, I remember people getting out of a bus, following a police officer, a traffic police officer, and telling him you're not going to take a bribe. And there was literally fear of trying to do the wrong things at that time, and the euphoria was so strong that we are gonna fix this country, we are gonna do things proper. But then it goes, after some time, the steams run off, because the system is not perfect. Like you even if you arrested that person, like he's taking a bribe, it is not up to you to charge him. It's not up to you to sentence him. It's not up to you even to handle that case. So even if we have a citizen's arrest, the kind of constitution we have chosen, the democracy and the freedoms, we have to accept that systems are not perfect, and it takes time. But yes, I will play my role as a senator. I will make my recommendation, and the other agencies of justice must play their role. That is how our constitutional setup is. Unless now we're talking about overhauling the whole thing, so that we say, senators, once you find that there's a misuse of money by the governor, you can order the arrest. Now, immediately you have a problem with the Constitution. The Constitution will say the man has to be given, right to be heard, has to have representation, you have to draft proper charges, you have to go through investigations. So now, if the Constitution is saying that even that person has rights, then I think we have to, Kenyans have to accept that we will play our role as senators, but agencies must play their role, and the courts must also play their role. Even the lawyers, the prosecutors must play their role, because sometimes if proper evidence is not presented, again, they will defeat the system, they will be acquitted.
If you were to answer honestly, Senator,
yes,
do you think the system, as it's currently constituted and as it's currently operating, is it working? If you were to answer honestly, I repeat.
Yes, I'm answering. I'm trying to answer you that it is very similar to that development project question that you're asking. That the president is coming. This road was supposed to be fixed for a long time, blah, blah, blah. The contracts haven't been signed, but because he's coming next month, because he's coming next 2 months, the contracts are signed. There's a political force. So the system is there. It's supposed to work on its own, but there's got to be some force from somewhere. And that is why I'm saying the system as it is now is very similar to it's very parallel to what you are saying. That cases are there. Like if today we go to the office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, he will tell you there are many cases which are ready to go, but you know. If you go to EACC also, there are many cases, but you know. So if there is political will, and I am repeating, if there is political will to push, because a road is like a development project. Now, cases of corruptions are also like a development project. If there is push, very high push, then we will see some changes. So the system itself is not bad, it's not broken, but it needs a push. This is what I'm saying. And this is why choosing leaders has its own consequences. if you chose Indeed. A leader who has come on the basis that is going to fight corruption, and he gets successful, because again that is a very strong fight. But assume that we elect a president, or assume we elect a governor at the county level who is saying, I'm going to get rid of these cartels, I'm going to do this, and I don't care even if you make me a one-term. Then I'm telling you, things will change. Things will change. But unfortunately, to make these things, move faster, to make these things move faster, the system is there. But to push the system to production, it will take time. So from where I sit, and we have said this very many times as senators, let us have one governor arrested this Friday, okay? And the charges are displayed. This money was missing, there was abuse of office. He's charged. We are not saying he is convicted, but he's charged, he's taken to court. Then we wait. Next week on Friday, let us have another one arrested. Okay? Then we wait. The next week, let us have another one arrested. Let me tell you, people will go back and ask themselves, do I want to be the next?
Do you think it will serve as a deterrent?
Yes, I'm telling you, things will start to change.
Okay, I want to bring to your attention, and of course you have seen it, because even as our minutes wind down, some of the other things that happen away from the glare of daylight.
Yes.
The airport, a restricted security area for the national government, is now being operated, designed, constructed, managed, authorized for the next 30 years by an external group.
Yes.
What are your thoughts about that?
I know that matter is pending before the Senate.
It is coming to you.
Yes. And the relevant committee, the transport committee, is going to deal with it. But my own thoughts, there is, let me say, a very delicate balance between efficiency and national security. Yeah. Now, I want, and let me just go use the example of Tana River. I want to put Galana Kulalu, for example, is 1.75 million acres. I want to make Tana River completely productive, the food basket of this country. Maybe as a president.
You want to do that, or you're just giving examples?
I'm giving an example.
Okay.
I would do that if I was a president.
Oh, right. Okay.
But I'm giving this as an example that I want, as a government, we want to make food security a priority, for example. And we have identified Tana River County, it has land, small population, so we are going to make it work. But then you go back to your budget and you look, agriculture, this money is all gone. We don't have money for the development. Vote is very minimal. So then what do you do as a president? You go look for partners who will enter into public-private partnerships. And that is the thing. Now, if you bring somebody like maybe somebody from China, somebody from the US, somebody from wherever, to come and farm that land at a profit, a Are we doing the correct thing? Are we exposing the country to national security issues? That place is so vast. What if they are landing planes and doing their own thing, and we have already given them the lease? Now, transfer that example to the airport.
Okay. I was going to ask you to land that plane, but okay.
I've already landed it now. Transfer that example to the airport.
Yeah.
The airport needs massive infrastructure investment. I was in Rwanda the other day, and Kagame, he's not joking. There is a huge airport that is being constructed. It's going to rival the one we have in Nairobi. And Nairobi, we know, is a hub of transfers and whatever in East and Central Africa. But then Kagame is doing a very big one with the support of
the
partners.
Qataris. Yeah.
Yes. Now, I'm looking at Kenya. We want to move forward. We want to make our airport very competitive, so that, and very, very profitable. Now, how do we do it? Because we don't have the budget for it.
100 billion shillings Kenya does not have?
We don't have the budget for it. That's the reality. So, we can do this. We can hold on and wait, slowly raise money through taxes over time, and make little improvements. Or, because our neighbors are also competing with us, we can ask for partnership like the way we have done in Galana Kulalu and other projects. Now, when you are calling somebody to take, let's say, one berth to run at the port in Mombasa, KPA maybe is entering into a partnership such as that one, and they're saying this berth is going to be run by a private operator. Now, that private operator, when he comes there, he will come with conditions, and normally those conditions are not, that berth will not be operated like a government berth.
Okay.
So there is always that balance. Sometimes it's national security, like port.
Yeah.
Do we allow a private operator to operate a berth in the port? What if they are bringing things, illegal things? Same thing. These questions are going to be asked about this Adani deal.
Yes.
So for me, what do I say? I say we need to balance, and the balance shall be that there must be a lot of public participation. There must be transparency in this deal. Don't go and do things in the dark.
Okay.
Let the workers know what is happening. Let the management know what is happening. If they support it, go along with them. If they don't support it, then put it aside. Let us accept that we are going to be developed maybe 30 years later or 40 years later.
Okay.
Rwanda is going to catch up with us. We are going to be left behind or pass us,
All right.
So that's my general thinking. That let's not be too suspicious, but let the government also be completely transparent.
Senator of Tana River County, Danson Mugatana, has been our guest this hour. Thank you for being here. Definitely these conversations must continue. Asante Sana, it is 2 minutes after 8 o'clock.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the news via Amla Ubaga. At least one passenger was shot and killed while 4 others left with bullet wounds after gunmen opened fire on a bus in Sololo, Moyale, Marsabit County last night. Police and locals said the incident happened between Buri Junction and Dadach Lakole area. The bus had about 40 passengers and was racing towards Marsabit town and then to Nairobi when the incident happened. Police said the injured with bullet wounds were rushed to Sololo Mission Hospital, where one succumbed. The attackers escaped from the scene soon after the attack.
Zote ni risasi. Cheki hizi kioo zote bana. Hii haijagonga mtu. Hii haijagonga. Hajapata mtu imepita. Hizi hapa ndio imepata like. Hii inaenda hizi hapa sijui. Kuna zingine. Unaona kama hii. Halo, asante. Mguu moja ndio tu imepasuliwa.
The Forum on China-Africa Cooperation Summit is set to kick off today in Beijing, China. In a notable display of unity, President William Ruto and former political rival Raila Odinga arrived in Beijing last evening ahead of the event. The two leaders, whose relationship has been a surprising thaw in recent months, are part of a high-profile delegation of African leaders attending the summit. President Ruto said the summit presents an opportunity for Africa to renew and strengthen its partnership with China. The Law Society of Kenya wants the county government of Nairobi compelled to conduct a DNA sampling process to ascertain the identity of the 120 unclaimed bodies they intend to dispose. The bodies are lying at the Nairobi City Funeral Home, that is City Mortuary. A week ago, Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja made the announcement that they intend to dispose of the bodies. The LSK in its case alleged that the county, its governor and the other parties have not given people sufficient time to identify the bodies, nor have they conducted a proper and extensive DNA sampling process to identify the unclaimed bodies. The Union of Kenya's Civil Servants has moved to court seeking to suspend the Salary and Remuneration Commission's decision to freeze their members' pay hike. The Lane Mengage-led agency issued a circular on July 18th this year, freezing the salary implementation for all public officers for 2024-2025. She said the decision was informed by the lack of budget for the implementation of the advised remuneration and benefits for all other public officers for the year. But the Union Secretary General Tom Odege argues that the circular goes against the terms of a collective bargaining agreement signed on September 11th last year, even daring the government to down their tools.
Second phase of CBA is not implemented by this month. All civil servants in the Republic of Kenya, as has been resolved today in the Delegates Conference, will down their tools. And I, as the Secretary General of the Union of Kenya Civil Servants, have been mandated that failure to implement this money in the slips of this month, I've been given authority to issue a 7-day strike notice, which will start by the end of the month if the slips shall have not been loaded with the remaining amount by the slip of September.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanyan.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, let's take a look at what we're looking at now with traffic. A few minutes after 8 o'clock, and traffic coming in from the bypass, the Roy interchange, heading out onto the eastern bypass, all the way through North Airport Road, Embakasi, and then to the Cabanas interchange is very heavy this morning, and it is in and outbound. There's traffic getting onto Outer Ring, and also on Kangunda Road. Traffic is feeding on to Outer Ring. It's going to cross over to Manyanja and feed onto Jogo Road, and then get on to Haile Selassie. That's very busy. Looking at traffic then that's coming in on the Thika Superhighway, it's touching in from Outer Ring as well, is now snaking all the way through towards Muranga Road on one side and Wangari Maathai Way on the other. It's very heavy coming in. Spring Valley, Lower Kabete, that whole area, Limuru Road, and then in from the Northern Bypass. People have decided the 3rd of September, Tuesday, that traffic is going to be crazy. And that's where it is. Also coming in on the Link Road, which should take you through towards Gigiri without a problem from Westlands. That also has some traffic as well this morning. So we're still in traffic hour. We're looking at how that's all going to pan out. Talk to us about where you find a good route or where you might be stuck this morning, and we'll spread the word and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's 10 after 8 o'clock, getting into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Ndu Okoh here with you, and Jesse Rogers, who's our guest host for today. CT then had an engagement, and then so we'll see him when he pops up again, right? So getting into a conversation this hour, it's a public participation conversation, and there are very many things that are happening. There are very many things afoot. But even as we get into that conversation, which we gave a little bit of a highlight to earlier on, I've got to remind you of today's proverb. You should not be frightened by a python because of its length. The Ivorians came up with this. Coming out of Cote d'Ivoire is our proverb for this. You should not be frightened by a python because of its length. I'm just going to prefer that this is very apt for the conversation that we're going to be having this hour, in terms of what the problem is not how big or how grand a project is, that what it really means in terms of its possible dangers for you is probably what you should be more concerned about. What am I talking about? All right. The Jomo Kenyatta International Airport is not up for grabs. It's not up for grabs. And why am I saying that? Because we're probably already looking at a deal that has been inked. A lot of people have a lot of questions and a lot of concerns about what is currently going on with the Adani deal and what it means for JKIA. Let's look at some of the facts before we ask conversations to be had. Let's look at exactly what is going on. And we look at some of these in the dailies today. Now, Adani Enterprises, which is an Indian conglomerate, has now set up a Kenyan subsidiary to push to take over the running of the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport amid opposition among transport workers to the takeover by the Indian conglomerate. Okay, that we know. The flagship company of Gautam Adani's sprawling corporate giant incorporated airport infrastructure in Kenya on August 30th, according to a filing with the National Stock Exchange of India in Mumbai. So basically what they did was that in their papers of operation, they went and said airport infrastructure essentially and management is one of the things that we do. That also is fact. It is incorporated to take over, operate, maintain, develop, design, construct, upgrade, modernize, and manage the airport. This is according to the filing. So, whereas this may not have been one of the operations of the Adani Group before that, what we do not know, and it remains in the realm of speculation, is if after having been granted concessionary or a preliminary deal, they had to go back and say, hang on a minute, we need to make sure that within the tenets of our operation, that this airport handling and design and construction, etc., is amongst the things that we do. So they had to go then back and file that they can actually operate. So in India, that happened. They came back and said, actually, you know what? We can do 1, 2, 3. All right. That is fact. The Kenyan subsidiary was set up by the Abu Dhabi group called Global Airports Operator, itself a subsidiary of the Adani Enterprises, which will own 100% of the share capital. That is also fact. As part of the incorporation of the Kenyan company, Adani issued share capital of 6.75 million shillings, consisting of 6,750 shares at 1,000 shillings each. These things we know. Now, according to documents that we saw yesterday and other bits and bobs of information that we've gotten, it is very clear, it is of no secret now to anybody, that the infrastructure development of the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport will be handed over to the Adani Group. And there is a flare-up of questions. When we saw this the first time, the questions were, hang on a minute, was there due diligence done in terms of bidding for the job? Was there a competitive process that was put into place so that firms would bid? The amount of money that we are talking about that this group is putting in to make sure that the airport then is upgraded and is operating. Kenya, is it that Kenya was not able to get that money? Because again, if we look at the numbers, and I had to do the math over and over again to ensure that I'm getting it correct, Adani's financial proposal shows that $750 million will be spent on the development of a new terminal building, associated apron and taxiway system, and 2 rapid exit taxiways. This is expected to be completed by 2019. The money they are ponying up for this is $750 million, and that is almost 100 billion shillings. One of the questions, Jesse, is, does Kenya not have 100 billion shillings to be able to do this and maybe now hand the job over to a contractor? Why does it come with the predicate of you will then run I'm going to read those words again.
Each one of them.
Take over is the first. Operate, maintain, develop, design, construct, upgrade, modernize, and manage. And this will be under their purview for the next 30 years. Remember, it is a restricted security area, as is for any nation, any state. Its airports are high security and a lot of things come and go. Has there been enough public participation when it comes to such a thing? And everybody is up in arms at the moment. We have airport workers who are saying, what does this mean for us? Will we lose our jobs? It should be at the state and national. We know that it's going to Senate for them to ask these pertinent questions. That what does it really mean? Does it mean that you're handing over a piece of your sovereignty to this group, then who will do what they wish with your airport for the next 30 years? Or is it purely a commercial activity whereby we're saying we need the airport to operate at this level? We don't have the money. Somebody's ponying up the money, and so we're going to give them the operationalization of it for some time. Or is there more than meets the eye? And I think that's the question that's bothering everybody and has put everybody in a spot of bother right now. What is really going on?
And I think the devil is in the detail, because when you see the Kenya Aviation Workers Union coming out in their numbers, they've actually said that today's strike yesterday was just a test run. So they'll come out in their numbers today and plan to paralyze operations at the International Airport, JKIA. You might ask if this is a self-preservation move. Are they trying to secure their jobs? Because at the end of the day, when Adani comes and takes over for 30 years, what they're saying, according to the Workers' Union, the Aviation Workers' Union, that foreigners might stand to benefit more in terms of jobs. That's number one. Number two, I was listening to the leadership of the Kenya Aviation Workers Union, and they had an issue with foreigners, and this points to the international airport being a key security installation. currently, as we speak, there were foreigners who were taking photos of key security installation areas within JKIA, and some of these aviation workers had an issue with it. And remember, initially, when they announced an intention to put down their tools, one key issue stood out. The fact that they wanted to peruse the deal in terms of how Adani would take over, in terms of concessions and whatnot. And I think that's telling, as it is, that they weren't involved at the initial phase. So it's an egg on the face on the government in terms of ending how it should start. Because right now they're trying to put out a fire that is already out there. Yet they would have used the necessary procedures in terms of public participation. And we quickly heard from Senator Mungatana that, this PPPs, the public-private partnerships, of course, they might have good tidings and whatnot, but the process, it shouldn't be shrouded in secrecy.
Indeed.
Public participation is very important. And when you have workers' union coming out and saying, hey, there might be an issue here, it definitely shows that perhaps they weren't involved at the initial phase. So why shroud it in secrecy at the end of the day?
That's the thing. Historical lessons will show you that when something is secret, it's not out into the open, it is not transparent, the chances of you then being able to pin any kind of accountability to it then are lowered significantly.
True.
And that if truly this was for the development of Kenya from end to end, not just the dollars that are going to be splashed. Because, look, the $750 million that they're going to spend initially for the initial design is not all the money that they're going to spend. Let me just give you details about a little bit more. They're going to spend another $92 million, which will be used to improve the taxiway system, add 2 more rapid exit taxiways, and construct other related facilities such as additional remote aircraft parking stands. It is expected to be completed in 2035. It's also proposing to spend $620 million, which is another 79 billion shillings on the development of new facilities, with the company adding that it will be done carefully to ensure seamless integration with the existing infrastructure. Now, like you say, the devil is in the details. And for such a key security installation, somebody has to ask the question that why would this happen? Because by the time this is out in the open, there has been a process. It didn't start just last month. Sure. These talks have been in place for a very long time. And so for something that is of such national interest, why was it kept quiet? Are there details of this that nobody knows? Who was responsible for making sure that, because from what we understand here, this has been inked. There have been signatures. There's been agreement. Why was it single sourced? Were there other people who had an opportunity to come and say, this is what we want to do as well? Was it given directly to one person? And if it was given directly to one person, why did that happen? And why did it happen in that manner? The issue of accountability and transparency is a big one. We saw that bulge, probably to the levels that we've never seen it before in June. But unfortunately, one would ask the question, and I almost heard the senator asking that we shouldn't be too suspicious about things like this when they happen. But unfortunately, sadly, that history has taught time and time again that when you see something that is shrouded in secrecy, there's usually something afoot. And you really wouldn't know anything about it until the dollars have been spent, until the ink has dried and the thing is gone. So who was involved in the process of making sure that this thing is actually okay? And that these questions that we hear of security of jobs, security of a nation, a business from a commercial point of view is actually protected if the information was out in the open for everybody to consume in a manner in which they understood it, these questions would not come up. When you have speculation, it is because you've left a hole. And so people are going to fill it up with what they wish. If you don't give them the proper and accurate information in the beginning, they're going to fill those holes with what history has shown them before. And I think there lies a beautiful opportunity for you to tell Kenyans today, look, if we needed help to be able to upgrade JKIA, this is the way in which we chose to go. But if you choose not to say anything about it, and then you only start to, we have not even seen any explanation, but we only hear rumblings and murmurings of something when somebody leaked a document to somebody else, then there's a big problem. that the question is that you're so far from a place of accountability and transparency from government to its people when things like this happen that you have to backtrack and even remember where you are. It's a problem. It should be in the public. It should be in the open, in the middle of the day when the sun is high. Because unfortunately, this just does not work.
And you know, it's not just about self-preservation. When you talk about the workers' union coming out in dispute in terms of this Adani deal, because according to the union, they equally add that not just job security, they are that leasing the international airport JKIA to Adani might impose additional tax burden on Kenyans through increased airport charges. And this, of course, will ultimately increase the cost of doing air travel. And it's also proper to note that Adani is doing business. At the end of the 30 years, they will definitely be looking at their account books. And according to the information we have, the company wants to operate the airport for 30 years and transfer it back to JKIA at a value to be determined by the two parties, giving it an internal rate of return. What this IRR means in terms of financial analysis is just an estimate of profitability of the potential investments. So this particular group will be looking at a way that their profitability is guaranteed at 18% IRR. So this might come at the cost of a Kenyan taxpayer at the end of the day. So it's a whole issue.
It is.
Multiple layers that need to be canvassed adequately in good time so that transparency is at the forefront.
Top of the agenda, definitely. Okay, at this point, we're going to take a call from Moses Ndiema, who's the chair of the Kenya Aviation Workers Union, and he's going to have that conversation with us. Moses Ndiema, good morning.
Good morning, SpiceFM. My name is Moses Ndiema, not Moses, but yes, I understand many people confuse it for Moses.
Okay, sorry about that.
I'm the Secretary General of Kenya Aviation Workers Union, not the chairman.
Okay, so the Secretary General of the Kenya Aviation Workers Union, Moses Ndiema, on the line with us this morning, and we want to get a few insights from you. We have, a lot of the information is out in the public right now. We dare say that a lot of it is not quite sure exactly what is happening, but we do know that unions are already having an issue, and I guess we want to hear from you in terms of what matters arising could be and what it's going to look like over the next couple of days, Mos.
Okay, thank you. I think we are equally in the dark in a lot of issues surrounding the intended Adani takeover of JKIA. I like the last part of your comments when you say that the union is not just fighting for self-preservation. Indeed, we are not fighting for self-preservation. We are pursuing what we believe is on one part. These are labor rights that the government cannot be, negotiating with a third party on issues that would impact labor rights without our involvement. That is our first approach. Our second approach is, at the end of the day, we form part of the Kenyan citizenry. We are part of, the Kenyan population. We are Kenyans, other than being union leaders or workers. And so if there was a genuine attempt to invite an investor to come and invest at JKIA or any airport for that matter, or anywhere in this country, then what would be the process? What does the law say? I'm not a lawyer, but one thing I know is that Kenyans have a right to demand for openness and transparency. So on that one again, we join hands with the rest of Kenya and to demand that, in a layman's language, if it is good for the country, let us know what is in it. Don't hide it. And number two, the law gives the union the right. The Constitution of Kenya gives the union's right to represent their their members, and so nobody should, infringe our space. To get into the specifics, nobody ever talked to us about this Adani thing until the acting managing director issued a press statement to the country. And I think he was prompted by, Kenyans who wrote directly to him demanding for information. And that is when he responded and admitted to the fact that indeed Adani had presented to them a PIP proposal. That was an eye-opener for all of us. And we were like, okay, that was almost 3 months after they got the proposal. That's when we started the demand. Can we get that information? Can we look at that proposal? The willingness was never there until we issued a strike notice. That is when we had meetings with both the Minister of Transport and the Minister of Labor. And reluctantly, they offered to share with us an incomplete concession agreement that is still works in progress. They are still negotiating it, but of course on condition that we don't share it out. So I hope you'll not be asking me to share it with you.
Well, not at this point.
Yeah. So we are looking at it. We are reviewing it. It's not concluded yet, but still the fundamental thing is, what would be the justification to introduce an investor at JKIA, an airport that is making profits? I've gone on air. I mean, I've made a statement before, and I want anyone, be it KAA or anyone from the government, to controvert my position that between 2021 and 2023, the government of Kenya, through Treasury, collected 25 billion as profits generated from KAA. Now, when you have an airport that makes profits, in terms of billions of money annually, then we need to interrogate the justification as to why you want to introduce an investor whose first mandate is to take over the ownership of JKIA, the management and the running. It is very clear. My silly understanding of the whole thing about PPP or PIP proposal is to attract investment into the country. So what kind of investment is this that, in the words of Karua, we are gifting Adani? We are telling them, I think the statement is, we are unable to run JKIA. So please come and run it for us. That is a statement that we are making to the world. I wish we were talking about Adani coming to set up a terminal somewhere. KAA has a lot of land, almost 4,000 acres. Give them a portion as a contribution from the government and the people of Kenya. Let them set up their own terminals, runways and all those things. Then they can begin charging. They can run. It's their investment. There can be that agreement that they will run it, own it, manage it for 30 years. But they had no investment in setting up JKIA. Why are we giving it to them?
Yeah, I think that's a big question. And then also, Ngema, a question would be, was KAU involved from the get-go? I'm not going to ask you what the document stated, obviously, because you're, held to some kind of secrecy on that. But were you involved in the process at any one point to say, look, this is happening, this is how it's going to pan out? And if not, then where do possible fears arise?
We were not involved. We have never been involved. After we issued the strike notice, there was an attempt to take us through in the gaze of stakeholder engagement. And what they had prepared was a 4-page, document, some slides. You can imagine, you're talking of, because from our own sources we know that these proposals and all the information around it ran into thousands of pages. You reduce that into 4 pages. You want to sit us down and take us through, and not to give us any real proposal or even the feasibility study, anything like that. So we declined. Honestly speaking, we said, give us the documents. If you think we will not read them, we cannot read them and understand them, we will find someone to help us do it. So simply, we have not been involved. And our fear is this. Our fear now, from the union standpoint, is we are all aware that that there's been information in the both mainstream media and the social media that once Adani takes over JKIA, it becomes the owner and the manager of JKIA, then every employee of KAA who is stationed at JKIA will have to terminate, or rather the employment will be terminated between that employee and KAA. Then the next step is whether it will be for a minute, for a day, for a month, they will be jobless. Then they will apply for re-employment, or rather employment, by a new entity and a new employer now called Adani.
Okay,
then Adani will only
definitely well
offer.
noted, and we see the concerns right there. But two quick questions. First of all, you've just mentioned about a 4-page document somewhere. So briefly, yes or no, have you reviewed the lease deal? As simple as that. And then now the follow-up question, because I'll have to be the devil's advocate here, because we wouldn't want to throw the baby with the bathwater in terms of some of the positives that might come along with this Adani deal. So, from your point of view, with your understanding as aviation workers, we are trying to attract investment. That's the good side. But at what cost? What's the cost that Kenyans will have to pay for the next 30 years in terms of accepting to this deal?
For your first question, we are now in the process of reviewing the concession agreement. Remember, we got it on Thursday last week at around 5. Actually, yesterday is when we started work on it, so we've not made much progress. We have not, in short. Maybe by end of this week, we'll be having maybe some views, some opinion about it. So, I condensed the view that we are attracting investment. Which investment is that? Because from what we are learning, even in the media yesterday, if you remember, Citizen ran a story yesterday where they are saying that it will take Adani up to 2029 to have a terminal. This is 2024. You want to run JKIA, collect the money, own it until 2029. So the question is that their money? Are we attracting any foreign investment in this case? So for me, I'm still at that, basic stage where I'm contesting whether indeed we are attracting anything, any investment from Adani. Why are they unable to set up a terminal without owning and running JKIA? Why?
Yeah,
why must?
Because I think the question is most that why can't you come in as, even if it was an infrastructure consultant, if you're in the business of doing this, why can't you come in as a consultant? You do the work that needs to be done, you finish and you go. The issue of taking over, managing for the period of time, I think is what is bringing a lot of uncomfortability across board. That what does it actually mean when you give over the management of something so sensitive to an external party, putting so many other things on the line, whether it's speculated or otherwise, that why then does the management have to go over to somebody else for such a long period of time? Isn't that one of the major concerns that's going on here?
Correct. Perfectly put. That is our stand. We need answers to that question first.
What has been the response in terms of, obviously, I know you're going this morning to have some engagements around what would happen next, but what is some of the ask that says, look, we say, let this thing be transparent, let it be accountable, let us know exactly what is going on, or in the absence of that, Kau will essentially down its tools?
Basically, what we are saying as Kenya Aviation Workers Union is that we will not embrace the idea of Adani running JKIA. We are at that point where we are saying, give us all the documents, we will review them. If indeed there are positives in this proposal, for example, there's evidence that here is an investor who wants to invest these billions of money to improve aviation sector, we will support it, except that it should not include the takeover of JKIA. That is basically what we are saying, without going into the nitty-gritties of do this calculation, do that calculation. Let me re-emphasize what one of the people there said, I don't know the name, that one of the things that Adani is proposing is to raise the levies. That is the charges at the airport. And it is simple reason that JKIA currently is making profits at a certain rate. Now you are introducing a businessman who must get his card. They must make money out of this. How are they going to make it? The easiest and the simplest way is raise the charges. Everything from rentals, landing fees, parking fees, everything will almost double up. So, in fact, it might make JKIA unattractive actually, because then that cost will be loaded on the users, travelers, airlines, and in the long run, it can have a ripple effect on the ability of organizations or employers to improve terms of employment. Because at the end of the day, everybody's there to make money, to make a business, not to run into losses. So if you look at it from that perspective again, we are afraid the entry of Adani might spell doom. It might spell doom.
Mose, we want to thank you very much for giving us those insights this morning. This is an extension of an invitation for you to actually come into the studio and have a conversation with us in the coming days. I know that you go for a presser this morning to further discuss some of these issues and then to hear what the coming days will look like. So again, it's an invitation for you to be here in the Situation Room to talk to us about some of these, talk with us about some of these issues. And I'm guessing the answer to that is a yes or a yes.
Yes, I will come. I commit to come in the next, maybe even in the course of a week. I'll make time. I'll come.
Asante Sana. Thank you very much. Mose Ndiema is the Secretary General of the Kenya Aviation Workers Union. Just looking to some of those Adani deal issues this morning. Asante Sana for being on the line with us this morning. So those are some of the things that we are looking at. We're going to take calls from you. Public participation, as outlined by the Constitution, doesn't block you off to certain spaces. This is one of the spaces that we can have that. And we'll take a break now and come back to hear from you in terms of what your thoughts are about this. What should happen in the push for accountability and transparency when it comes to matters as sensitive as this? Where does public participation lies? We'll take your calls when we come back after we take a look at traffic. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, at going towards 9 o'clock. A quick look at the traffic situation in the country around the city, and it's still quite heavy coming off the Thika Superhighway, getting into the CBD via the Pangani underpass. It's also still busy on Kiambu Road. Some traffic still coming in through Westlands, Wayaki Way, entering right around museums, and that still looks pretty busy. Ring Road Westlands is also quite crazy into and out of the CBD. A lot of traffic this morning, and it's also still busy on Landis Road. And look at traffic coming off Langata Road, going then towards Raila Odinga Way, some of that then going towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout junction. And Landis Road is pretty busy still at this point, coming in from Jogo Road. We're still in traffic hour proper. We'll take a look at what this all looks like as we get to the top of it. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 17 minutes to 9 o'clock, and we continue our conversation this morning. And the Adani deal, as is now already been given that buzzword, is having a knicker twist kind of conversation, a rather position situation in the country. Firm to operate JKIA for 30 years. Let's look at that at a glance. The Indian company is proposing a city-side development consisting of hospitality, business centres and other amenities accessible to travellers and city residents. The company wants to operate the airport for 30 years and transfer it back to JKIA at a value to be determined by the two parties, giving it an internal rate of return on equity of 18%. So you were talking about the bottom line, Jesse. That's what it is, that it is a commercial activity. They're not coming into Kenya to do this because, they are bored and they don't have anything else to do with about, $1 billion. It is clear that it's clear that they want to do something and make a little bit of money out of it, as they are in the business of doing this anyway. Public participation should happen all the time. Accountability should be a thing of normal, and transparency should go without saying. And that if someone has to ask that what is lurking under the covers, then we've got a problem. We're taking your calls on 0719012600 this morning. Join in on this conversation. Let's public participation this Tuesday. Let's hear from you. Michael is on the line this morning. Michael, good morning from Kisumu. Hello, Michael.
Hello.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you. What are your thoughts about what's
going on? CT.
Oh, CT is not here at the moment, but I will make sure that I send your greetings to him. Jesse, however, is here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, say hi to him.
I will. Okay.
Okay. You just put this outrightly. When we have to demand for public participation, yes, the government claims that it's doing this to benefit the common mwananchi. Then you begin asking your question, then who is the common mwananchi if you're being kept in the dark and these things are being done? The government is acting as a representative in all this. That is what they're claiming. Whom are they representing? It is us, the common mwananchi. Then why don't you come to us, tell us that this such a kind of a person, we want to enter into this public-private partnership or PIP, whatever it is, and
PPP,
give us
yes,
the details. Yes, give us the conditions that the other party is offering, and what do we stand to benefit? Not individually, but as a country. What are the pros? What are the cons? So that we sit down and see, and we are kept in the loop from the beginning. Not that when whistle has been blown somewhere is when now you remember, we were supposed to come to you, but now this has broken out. So let us just tell you, yes, we entered a deal with so and so. It is going to cost this and this much, but we are sorry, we have already signed that deal. So it doesn't matter if now we are kept in the loop or not. It's a done deal. You see, we should not be operating like that. We should have transparency in this government, something that is lacking for a very long time.
Indeed,
and it's very painful. It's very painful as I conclude, so that also others contribute. It is very painful that even the people who are in charge of the oversight role are failing to do this. You see, And I was hearing the senator of
Tana River, yes.
Tana River. When he was saying that when the president is coming, he's seeing the process as hurried. It's hurried, but are we talking about a quality? Like equally as in Kisumu, I can remember back then when Uhuru Kenyatta was coming to open this stadium at Mamboleo. There's a tarmac road that was hurriedly done because the president was coming. Now it's in the worst condition ever. Why? Because it was hurriedly done because the president is coming to please the president.
I hear you on that.
But now we are back to default.
Let's take some cues from other people as well. Michael, thank you very much for your comments. Definitely well noted. From Taita Taveta, Nyaga, good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Okay, on this conversation, as a Gen Z, what I'm concerned with, why are we selling our airport? I come from Taita Taveta County, and we have a lot of minerals. I'm wondering, is this a way to take away our minerals and give it to the foreign?
It's a question. It is a question, and one that definitely needs to be heard out. Nyaga, thank you very much for your comments as well this morning. Let's hear from George, who is in Umoja. George, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Yes. What are your thoughts around this Adani deal in terms of public participation and accountability?
All right. My name is George. I'm a teacher by profession. And there is a time I was telling my student, that right now we have leaders who are problem makers. Right now we don't have leaders who are problem solvers. They are creating a problem. For example, right now, His Excellency Ruto have around 50 years. So when Adani comes for 30 years, Ruto will be 80 years. So he will create a problem whereby our children will not be able to solve. So this is something that is eating our country, corruption, and all this. These leaders, some of them will be dead. We'll be suffering here with a company where we don't know where it came from. So I think we don't have leaders. We just have leaders who create problems. So we need to have leaders. And I'm telling them, this is a chance. You people, because by 2027 they will be voting. That is from a student from Form 2 all the way to Form 4. Right now, they will be voting 2027. So they should vote problem solvers, not problem makers.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for that, George. Let's hear from Nicholas, who is in Nakuru. Nicholas, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes.
Can you allow me to speak in Swahili, please?
Yes, please go ahead, Swahili.
Okay, mimi Kenya inanisumbua na this issue of JKIA. Why is there any politician involved in this? Why should we sell something that is giving us profit? What profit are we going to get when we give out a company that is giving us profit in terms of getting another profit? Why should we do that? Why should we not give away Kenya Airways, which is making losses, for Kenya Airways to be improved? We should not be doing this. There must be something going on behind this. There must be a politician involved in this. They want to, there's something like conflict of interest. They want to do business with the company in the name of that Adani. There is no way you can give away something that is giving you profit, because how sure are you that it is going to bring another profit or losses? Because if you increase because I understand that they want to increase they might increase the profit they want to make. That will mean they will lose investors in Kenya.
Nicholas,
the travelers will not be coming. They will lose the planes parking there, landing, those that because we cannot do that. We cannot increase the charges for somebody to make profit. Why don't we give away Kenya Airways? That is making losses.
It's a fair thought. Thank you very much for your thoughts, Nicholas. Let's hear from others this morning. Stephen in Kajiado, good morning.
My name is Stephen Haimba from Kajiado County.
Yes, Stephen.
I stay in Ngong Town.
All right. What are your thoughts about this Adani deal?
I'm very surprised this morning that our government is giving out this JKI. So my worry is this JKI has been actually beneficial to our country, for our country. Then I would like also to know about if the government is doing all this for the sake of all the Kenyans, or is doing this because of a few individuals. Thank you so much.
Those are good questions. Thank you very much, Stephen. We hear from Joseph, who is in Rongai. Joseph, good morning.
Good morning. I'm glad to contribute to this motion. I think the problem we have in our country is the oversight role of Parliament is that arm of government is not working. And the sooner we got new members of Parliament, is the sooner we get out of this problem. Because if you look at all the problems we've had in the last 3 months, it's all got to do with Parliament failing. And therefore, I think what we need is like elections as soon as possible. We elect new members of Parliament who can be able to protect the interests of Kenya.
And sort all those problems once and for all. Asante sana for all. Indeed. Asante sana for those thoughts. Let's keep taking your calls on 0719 012 600. We're looking at issues of the Adani deal this morning. What it actually means that if JKIA is then handed over to somebody else to manage, what does that actually mean for the next 30 years? We'll hear from Victor at this point. Victor, good morning.
Yes, Madam Do.
Salama kabisa. What are your thoughts around the Adani deal?
Around the Adani deal, I think when we stop politicizing this thing, I don't think inaweza kuwa mzuri, but since the politics, it has some cases of politics in it which are yet to be confirmed. I think we are going nowhere. Considering the railway is China, they are still under domination, expressway, now China, JRK. I think the vital of our Kenyan representatives of Kenya are on a mistake. Because according to me, naona kama Uhuru anachukua zake, anaweka kando, he leaves. So Ruto now, I want to this thing, then I leave. Another person will again come, think of another thing, maybe in Empox, Mombasa, wherever it is, then he leaves it. On the umbrella of PCC, then he leaves. So to me, I don't think it's a good idea. At least it's high time we manage our things on our own.
Asante sana for your thoughts. We'll take a last call this morning, coming in from James in Thika. James, good morning.
Good morning. Now, I have to give my comment on the purported privatization of the Kenya Airports Authority. I think the government is just a joke because they don't seem to be learning from the past mistakes. There was a concessionaire of Kenya Railways by the Egyptians, and I think there was some element of South Africans. And the reasons we are being given is that once we bring the concessionaire from these countries, the railway system is going to improve, and the cargo hauled within the railway system would improve. And they were given 25 years to operate the railway system. It never worked. So what makes them think that now the Adani Group is going to work in the airports? And especially so when the airports currently is making profits. So I think it's only somebody hiding behind a company to make profit or to earn shares, just like when they were selling Telecom. When they introduced Safaricom, we had Vodacom, who we have never known the owners up to now. So I think it's just a scramble for the properties of the Republic of Kenya. But with the time, I think Kenyans will wake up and they will demand returning their property back.
Thank you very much for your comments on that, James. Thanks for your comments this morning. We'll take a little more time and look at some of the very many comments that are coming in on social media this morning. What are some of the things that folks are saying? One, heavy accountability is being asked for, transparency, definitely. The investment of private participation is nothing compared to the mammoth scandals replete. This is what Gohil is saying. Chris says, independence. Since independence, most PPPs have never worked positively in Kenya. It only benefits the political class and entrepreneurs. Then it's poor Kenyans that pay in the end. Highland says Eldoret Airport was built without anywhere was built without any of this. What Adani and this government is asking for, let's not be fooled. Mwangi is calling this new colonialism. It's time for all Kenyans, excluding leadership, stop being a follower of someone who is not leading you to that is somebody who's leading you to misery, is what we're saying. Things will be difficult for a while, but the message will be loud. A total shutdown, no business, no flying, no control staff. And this is what the aviation workers are saying, that, you cannot leave us out of this conversation. It shouldn't happen. Trade-offs are loopholes. Mutuflani says, private corporations own the US. How many of them are foreign? Most of them are American. Building a second runway has been a challenge for Kenya, the engineer says Chokwe. For years now, the entire airport needs to be rebuilt to international standards, and that's why development must be brought. Okay. It goes on to say, inferiority complex is what is hurting us as Kenyans and Africans. PPPs work well in other countries. In Kenya, it's always pushed down our throats by those in power who stand to benefit, irrespective of the terms, reasons they hide them from Kenyans. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Do not forget, we Kenyans are financing the majority of the intended investment at JKIA. Jeffrey says, kindly ask about the clause that says you have to consult Adani for any design and development. This is one thing again that has come up here, that if you want to do anything different, you as a sovereign state, you must come back and ask this private company how you will deal with your own thing. And I think that's one of the things that irks people, and it's taken emotions to the hilt. Over the next couple of days, we will hear Senate will talk about this. Questions will be asked. Now there's a new cabinet secretary in this department. Let's hear what happens. But it's definitely one that is going to demand a lot of public participation. Thank you for your calls and comments this hour as we've had this conversation. It doesn't die, it continues, and we continue to bring these issues out and discuss them and push for accountability. If not anywhere else, definitely here. Conversations continue after this when we come back from the news. Good morning, everybody. It is 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
It's now 9 a.m. Get effective relief from strong pain with Panadol Extra. Panadol. Relief starts here.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. A bus from Moyale to Nairobi was ambushed last night around 10 p.m. at a stretch between Buri Junction and the Dutch Lakole in Moyale sub-county. The bus carrying passengers bound for Nairobi came under attack by unknown assailants. The attack left 4 people seriously injured, all of whom were rushed to Sololo Mission Hospital for treatment. Police said 2 passengers were killed in the attack, with one dying on the spot while the other succumbing to injuries while undergoing treatment. This incident occurred just weeks after a similar attack at Elebor Forole, where 7 people were killed and a lorry was set ablaze by assailants suspected to have crossed over from Ethiopia.
Zote ni risasi. Cheki hizi kioo zote bana. Hii haijagonga mtu. Hii haijagonga. Hajapata mtu imepita. Hizi hapa ndio imepata like hii inaenda hizi hapa sijui. Unaona kama hii. Mguu mmoja ndio tu imepasuliwa.
President William Ruto has met with his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping after arriving in China for the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation Summit. Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs and spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Hua Chunying, said the 2 leaders discussed a range of bilateral issues as they acknowledged the role both countries have played in growing each other's economies. President Ruto arrived in China last evening, accompanied by First Lady Rachel Ruto and former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. The summit will take place in Beijing from September 4th to 6th. The Kenya Airport Workers Union have vowed to continue holding protests today if JKIA fails to hold talks with the new management. KAWU Secretary General Moses Ndiema says if the government proceeds to sign the contract with Adani Holdings Limited Company, employees risk losing their jobs. Adani Company from India aims to manage JKIA for 30 years from November this year. Adani plans to invest 97 billion shillings into renovating JKIA, introducing a new taxi system as well as creating 2 express exits.
We are still in the 7-day period delay. However, we are demanding for immediate answers from KA on the 3 issues. So the issue of ending engagement with Adani representation was one of the reasons why we had demos. 2, by extension also we said all other stakeholder engagements should stop.
An anti-corruption court is to hear the 8.6 million graft case facing Bomas of Kenya CEO Peter Gita Korea. He has since denied charges of procurement irregularity amounting to 8.6 million Kenya shillings. The fraud, according to the prosecution, was committed between December 29th and 30th June 2021. It's alleged that Korea, being the CEO and accounting officer of Bomas of Kenya, willfully failed to comply with the law relating to procurement. He was accused of engaging in a procurement process without an approved budget for various tenders during the financial year 2020-2021. Ugandan Olympian Rebecca Cheptegei is nursing 75% burn wounds after she was set ablaze by her boyfriend. Trans Nzoia County Police Commander Jeremiah Kosiom said that Cheptegei, who represented Uganda in the women's 10,000 meters at the 2024 Paris Olympics, sustained serious burns following wrangles over the plot that their home sits on in Endebess. Kosiom adds that the suspect, who doused his girlfriend with petrol before setting her on fire, also sustained serious burns, and they are both receiving treatment at the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret. That's the news wire. I'm Lydiah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
All right, a quick look at where we are. There's still traffic coming in heavy around Survey on the Thika Superhighway this morning, and it looks like it will continue for some time. Uhuru Highway, some traffic as you get into the CBD. Langata Road was heavy. Some of that still now seeping over to Uhuru Highway, getting out through towards Ngong Road via Railo Dinga Way as well. And we're looking at some traffic then coming in at Landis Road towards Jogo, and coming in on Limuru Road through towards Muthaiga. It's going to find its way onto Kiambu Road, and then there is Lower Kabete Spring Valley traffic, very slow. There must be something going on there. And coming on to Waiaki Way, there is quite some traffic there that continues as well. The Red Hill Link Road is not looking too bad. It's one to use if you're getting out off of Waiaki Way through towards the whole Limuru Road area. All right, let's keep an eye on things. We're coming out of traffic hour in no time. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Getting into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday, and a number of things that we've been discussing today. Ndu here with you and our guest host for today, Jesse Rogers, and we've been looking at quite a number of things today. It's gotten to the point where accountability is being demanded at every turn, and definitely we're here for it. The Situation Room, the show that sets the agenda and makes sure that certain conversations, uncomfortable or otherwise, are had. And those conversations should actually be had regardless. As we get into a final conversation, it's a hope that we will have a conversation with the Ministry of Health in terms of what Empox is and the guidelines that are then being set by the Ministry of Health across board, and some of these vaccination protocols and questions that are already being asked. Before we have that conversation, just getting into a number of things here, let me remind you about today's proverb, and maybe I should give Jesse an opportunity to tell us what that proverb means to you today. No? Before our guest actually sits down, we'll do that, all of us together. All right. So we are having a conversation about Empox, what is going on, the state of health in Kenya in general, and our guest is seated here for this hour, and we'll be having that conversation with him. Dr. Sultani Matendechero, I will not butcher your name, I hope. The Deputy Director General of Health, State Department of Public Health and Professional Standards, is here with us this morning. Daktari, good morning.
Good morning.
Very good to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
You're in the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Okay.
We'll be discussing a hot topic today, obviously, because it's starting to take many countries by storm. And we've seen cases of some in Kenya already, and already under, warning to be very careful about the information that we spread or that we put out there. But before we get into all of that, I want to welcome you in proper Situation Room style and the way in which we do. C.T. Muga, who is normally here, goes around the country, however you choose to, rather around the continent. However you choose to imagine that he does that every week and goes to a different country, we leave that to your imagination. But he does come back every Monday with proverbs from a particular African country. And then from each country, he gives us proverbs every day of the week. Your job when you come into the hot seat is to hear the proverb, tell us what you think about it and how you would interpret it. I will be C.T. Muga for the next 1 minute, and then you can tell us what you think about it. Does that sound all right?
Sounds good.
All right. So this is a proverb from Côte d'Ivoire, formerly known as Ivory Coast, but they decided to use the French name. The proverb goes like this: you should not be frightened by a python because of its length. You should not be frightened by a python because of its length. What do you think about that, Daktari?
I think what comes to mind immediately I hear that proverb is the other one, which says, don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, so the outlook can be deceiving. Yeah, so you really need to take time to be able to analyze a situation before you can jump to conclusions about it. Yeah.
It's spoken like a doctor who might know a thing or two about the imminent threats of a viral disease. So yeah, I guess, and that's the thing about proverbs, right? That you can interpret them as you understand them, and it's that it's not right or wrong. It's how then it appeals or how you interpret it. Okay, so thank you for being here this morning. Over the last few weeks, external news reached us about Empox. Some of that from the Western Hemisphere Northern Hemisphere, interestingly enough. And then we started to hear news of it from Africa. And then if we look at the projection from Western African nations, one or two of them, to some Central African countries, and then now seeping into Eastern Africa, and a few dots here and there around Southern Africa. We don't know exactly what is happening. It has not swept the way COVID did between 2019 into 2020. But just an overview from you, Dr. Let's start from what Empox is as a disease. What are we looking at? And before we start to look at its spread and then what's being done, what is Empox?
Okay. Yeah, so generally Empox is a viral disease. Yeah, it is caused by a virus. And this virus is called the Empox virus. Remember, Empox is a newer version of the previous name, which is monkeypox.
Yes.
Yeah, but we do not use that name anymore, because when it was discovered that when it is used, then it provokes a lot of stigma. Yeah, so it is now just known as Empox. Now, this virus there are quite a number. It's related to a virus that used to cause smallpox. I think you've heard of smallpox.
Yes.
Which I think a lot has been done in terms of eliminating it. Yeah, but it is actually a virus that is transmitted from animals to human beings. And this is done when human beings come in contact with the blood or bodily fluids of those animals, or maybe lesions like wounds, either on the skin or on the mucosa, the internal linings of the body.
Yes.
So when they come into contact in that form, then they can be able to get infected by Empox virus. And then when it gets into humans, again, it is possible to transmit from human to human. So maybe just in a nutshell, when you get that infection with Empox virus, then it manifests in certain ways. So you'll see people starting to complain of fever. Mostly they will have a lot of fever, and then some will complain of headache, muscle pain, general body pains, back pain, and sometimes you'll even see the swelling of the lymph nodes, and generally at the end now, the classical feature is that they start developing body rashes, which start as some kind of macules. They become bigger, they become papules, then what we call vesicles, and then eventually they dry up, they form crusts. They can actually even form some small pustules with pus inside, and then they dry up, they form crusts, and then they drop off and leave a scar. So they form something like a scab, and then they drop. But one of the classical things is that they start with the face, and then they spread now to other parts of the body, the neck, the back, the chest, like that, the private parts, up to even the legs. Yes.
Is it curable? I mean, a lot of it has been likened to, what we saw with Ebola, and then after the serious hemorrhage, the likelihood of survival was then slim to none. With Empox, are we looking at, with proper care treatment, that you can actually recover and get back onto health with it?
Yeah, so Empox is one of these infections which really don't benefit a lot from treatment. They are self-limiting,
you treat the
like
symptoms?
many other viral diseases. But because of the symptoms that I have just listed, most of the people who are infected will benefit from what we call, supportive care or treatment. So if somebody is having, say, headache, then you can be able to handle that just in the conventional way. If they are having, say, muscle pain, then you can be able to handle that. And even the rashes can also be handled. But then the virus itself is self-limiting. So it will take between 5 to 21 days for the virus to show. And then after that, it just clears, the body clears it off. Yeah, but then in terms of severity, we would not have been worried. Remember, this monkeypox is related very closely to other types of pox virus infections. When we were young, we used to suffer from, there was a very common similar infection called chickenpox. Yeah, which I think probably most of us got. And, it might not have been very severe But what we are seeing with Empox is that there are several strains of Empox. And because of the strains and also the vulnerability of the individuals who are infected, then you'll find that now we are seeing that it is killing. There is a case fatality of up to 10%. So that
my goodness,
yeah, not depending on the strain and the vulnerability. So you'll find probably people who are immunosuppressed, like people who have HIV infection. And probably it has manifested as autoimmune disease. They will be able to suffer more than people who are better, who have better immunity. Children, small children with the small, less immunity will suffer more. So you can see that among the vulnerable groups, we are seeing case fatalities of up to 10%, which is quite high, not as high as Ebola and the other public health emergencies that we have seen, but significantly high for us to be able to look at it as a public health emergency of quite significant concern.
Okay.
Yes.
And I mean, I know it is one that we've seen now a number of cases in Kenya. What are we talking about now in terms of preventive care? Yeah,
so the preventive approaches are classical. They are standard. So you'll find that this is, as I said, it is a virus that is transmitted because of contact. So if you come into contact, then you get infected. So the primary intervention in terms of prevention is to avoid close contact. And especially when somebody is displaying the symptoms, then you actually now avoid. You don't come into very close contact with such people. And then, of course, we can also ensure that even when we come into contact with such people, cases or suspected cases, then we also observe hygiene. It really helps to ensure that you frequently wash your hands.
Yes.
It is also transmitted. One of the strains that is now affecting Kenya, because we call them clades. So the clade that we are seeing in Kenya, which is clade 1B, it also has a way of being transmitted through droplet infection, so respiratory droplet. If you come into very close contact with somebody who has Empox and probably they sneeze or they cough, then it is possible for you to get infected. However, one of the things that I'm seeing is everybody is really struggling to compare Empox with the COVID. We are still struggling with the post-COVID trauma. So everybody is wondering, why is it that you are not declaring the cases? Why are you hiding cases? We are not telling us about the case. But the fact is that this one does not spread as fast as COVID, because you see, COVID is a different kind of virus, which when you are in a room, it spreads much easier. The spread is much easier than Empox. Yeah, so we know that there are different dynamics, but then we are seeing that already in Kenya we have confirmed 4 cases. We are expecting that the number will go a bit higher, because the cases that we have confirmed are imported cases. Now the world is a global village. So people travel from all over the world. The hotbed of Empox now is the Democratic Republic of Congo.
These poor guys, man. I mean,
where are we?
It's not the same. Ebola was a big deal here as well.
Yeah. Actually, the Democratic Republic of Congo is a hotbed of very many public health problems. Ebola, you'll hear of Marburg, you'll hear most of these diseases, because of the instability in the country and the effect that it has on the public health system. So because of the long distance, trade and the truckers moving from Kenya to Congo through Uganda and so on, then they are coming in.
So the 4 cases that were found, sorry, Dr. the 4 cases, what we saw is that they came as a result of this long travel that you talk about. It was not restive in the country, whereby in community you saw infection. It was having been traced that somebody was on a long trip out of country.
Yeah, actually 3 of them.
3 of the 4.
3 of them, there's a very clear history. They are truckers, they are truck drivers.
Yeah.
And you see that they were in Uganda, they were in Congo, so they are imported cases.
Okay.
But what we expect in such a situation is that after some time, when you have those imported cases and they come and start interacting with people, then we expect to see what we call community transmission.
Right.
Where now they start infecting people within the community. The third case, we do not have a very clear history of travel to the Congo, because this is a lady who was diagnosed here in Westlands, in Nairobi. And, when you look at her history, she has never gone to the Congo, but she had, after she had developed the symptoms, she went to Uganda. So when you look at something that we call temporality, you find that the symptoms came before going to the suspected area, endemic area. So you cannot really link the infection to that travel. Okay. So probably we could be already having some community transmission, but then we need to do much more to determine that.
Well, in a bid to curb community infection, as you put it, let's talk about the contact tracing, the steps that have been put in place by the Ministry of Health to ensure that these 4 individuals who have contracted Empox in Kenya so far, that those they came in contact with are easily traced and monitored in order to avert an already, a worse situation. Yeah, talk to us about that.
Yeah, so you didn't tell me your name.
Jesse Rogers. Yes,
Jesse Rogers. Okay, so Jesse, what happens is that we have a very elaborate mechanism in place, which is a surveillance system. When we deal with such conditions. And everything actually works like clockwork. It depends, one step depends on the other. So what happens is that we have disease surveillance officers across the whole country. So we have county disease surveillance teams, sub-county disease surveillance teams, everywhere. So what we do when there is such a situation, we now give them a case definition. So we explain to them, we tell them, these are the signs and symptoms, but for this particular disease, these are the situation, these are the signs you need to really look out for. Okay. And then we try to now talk to the public, especially now like what we are doing, so that we tell them, these are the signs and symptoms of Empox. So if you feel this way, go to a health center or a health facility or report to these numbers. Yeah, so we give out certain numbers which they can be able to call. Some of them are toll free. So when they do that, then we have a case report. When somebody says, I have seen somebody with these symptoms, or maybe I feel what we were told, and I think I could be having Empox, that is a case report. Now, wherever that case report is received, most of the time we receive it here at headquarters, then we alert the surveillance team on the ground. So the surveillance team, within 24 hours, are supposed to have already reached that case.
Okay.
Now, when they reach that case, they now check, they actually, they examine the case, and then if they fit the case definition, they isolate the case immediately, so that this case does not continue spreading. If it is a confirmed case, they don't continue spreading the disease. Now, in the meantime, they pick a sample, from this guy. So they pick a sample. If they already have those lesions that we were talking about, they will pick some exudate from the lesion, and then we have...
What is exudate in English?
Those 2 fluids that, if you have suffered from chickenpox, it has some fluid inside. So they'll pick that, or maybe the crust, depending on the stage where it has reached. Then we have state-of-the-art equipment which we use to transport the samples, because these people who are also dealing with the case are at risk. So they have to really have protective gear, and then they have triple cased containers which they put in, sterilized. They put in the samples, and then they bring to the National Public Health Laboratories. Now, in the meantime, as we are now trying to confirm the case, we will now be able to start contact tracing.
Okay.
So we start asking this person, who did you come into close contact with? So of course now, for example, the close family members are immediate contacts, so we start following them up, and then now we start tracing them, just to be able to see if they are going to develop the signs and symptoms. But in the meantime, we also encourage them, because your contacts, there's a very high chance that you might have gotten the infection, so you need to try and avoid coming into contact with other people so that you don't infect them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a community issue, obviously. By the time you're getting to the point where you start to ask questions, and then those who may have come in contact with looking at interventions, the Ministry of Health has a program, that, we've heard of. And I want to know if it is connected with this in any way, or certain interventions that would come into place. And that's the Epuka Uchafu ya Nyumbani. What exactly is that? What program how does this program work, essentially? And are we looking at the same interventions that can take place when you're now starting to talk to communities about health issues? If you could just give some insight into that.
Yeah, so Epuka Uchafu is one of the masterpiece kind of programs that we are coming up with at the State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards. Because, we have this age-old thing of saying prevention is better than cure. But we don't practice it.
The prevention.
Now, let me surprise you. Science has shown that for every 1 shilling that we invest, or $1, I like using shillings because that's what we have here. For every shilling you invest in disease prevention and health promotion, you save a whooping 9 shillings that would have gone into treatment, rehabilitation, and palliative care. But you see, our systems are designed such that we start picking up issues when they require treatment. So we are spending a whole 9 shillings where we would have spent one bob. So just imagine, when you now put it to scale, the budget for the health sector, put it at even just 300 billion.
Yeah.
If you are to save 90% of that budget that goes to treatment, what would you do with that money? How many schools would you build? So Epuka Uchafu is just looking at being able to now put our money where the mouth is. I don't know if I've said it correct.
Exactly.
Because sometimes I say it opposite.
I think a lot of things are done in the opposite. Put the mouth where the money is. But okay.
So what we are doing now, we are walking the talk. We are saying that make sure your environment is clean. If you have dirt in the house, clean. If you have dirt outside, sweep. Make sure that your environment is clean. Make sure there is no stagnant water. Those kind of things. Believe me, when the community does that, it might look very small, but at a public health scale, it is massive. So that is what we are now trying to roll out. The initial investment might look a bit high, but once you have started, the downstream return on investment is extraordinary. So it is just about cleaning your surroundings, making sure that your water is clean, making sure that you are observing hygiene. For example, now when we say Epuka Uchafu, we are saying that make sure you wash your hands frequently. Now look at Empox. We are saying one of the interventions to ensure prevention is to
wash your hands.
Yeah, frequent hand washing. So with Epuka Uchafu, we want to ensure that we give the tools, to the community members that can enable them to observe hygiene and sanitation, environmental sanitation. So the brooms, the dust bins, the water, all those things, and the information that they need.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's take a break at this point. I want to come back and look at how strategies of the Epuka Uchafu campaign actually then work. Because, look, health scares or health realities in the public sector, it's now with Empox, with previously what was, with the recurring things we see like, cholera and things like that. What then does that mean? So let's look at this campaign and exactly how it's going to be rolled out. It's 9:30, having a conversation on the general health in Kenya and looking at that this morning with Dr. Sultani Matendechero, who is the Deputy Director General of Health, State Department of Public Health and Professional Standards. That conversation continues after this short break.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, so looking at partly cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 14 degrees. It's 14 and sunny in Nakuru and 15 and sunny in Nyeri. Now, Eldoret, sunny at 13. We'll see highs of 23 and we'll see highs of 28. 28 in a sunny Mombasa at 23. Malindi at 24 is kind of sunny this morning. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 24, while Kisumu at 20 is sunny. We'll go to highs of 30 and highs of 29 in a sunny Kakamega at 18. It's 19 and sunny in Kampala with highs of 28, while Dar es Salaam at 22 is sunny with highs of 28. Johannesburg sunny at 11 with highs of 25. And into Mogadishu, the sun is up at 25 with highs of 30 and lows of 24. Addis Ababa at 12 is cloudy with highs of 20, and we'll see highs of 25, rather highs of 30 in a partly cloudy Lagos at 24, 21 and cloudy in Kinshasa with highs of 30. Beijing Tuesday afternoon is sunny at 26, and at 19 it's cloudy in Paris and 17 cloudy in London. New York at 12 on Monday night, at 17 Monday night is clear. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see highs of 23 and lows of 14. All right, traffic continues this morning. Still a bit heavy on the Thika Superhighway as you come towards Survey, and we're still seeing traffic right around Landis, really into the CBD, where everybody's looking to get this morning, is where we'll see clog-ups here and there. Also, a little bit of traffic, and that's coming in from Spring Valley, Lower Kabete, all of that still pretty busy. Going round the loop towards Muthaiga, traffic is still coming in heavy there. We're coming towards the end of traffic hour. Let's see what happens through the morning. Do talk to us, SpiceFM KE on X.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person, or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler? Who's a hustler?
Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road? Very high fence. You can't even
Windows
sleep inside.
Up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
The things people will believe.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 26 minutes to 10 o'clock, and our conversation this hour continues, and we're looking at Empox and the general state of health in the country. Dr. Sultani Matendechero is our guest this hour, and we're looking at, Epuka Uchafu at this point is a campaign that is being established, is being rolled out by the Ministry of Health, particularly from the Department of Public Health and Professional Standards. We already told us what it is. Looking at communities, it doesn't. I'm imagining that it's a strategy that would work across diseases. I mean, for lack of a better explanation, that if you do certain things, that when one does come along, that you're already then well placed to be able to deal with it, right? What strategies are you using to be able to roll this out, Dr. Terry?
Yeah, so I think I really like the way you're breaking it down, because what is amazing about this strategy or this program is how unbelievable it is in terms of its simplicity, in terms of its, affordability, but then in terms of the massive impact that it has, on the population. I was just looking at, I saw a copy of the Constitution here.
Yes.
And I was looking at the fourth schedule of the Constitution, which really envisions some of the things that we need to do as national government and as county governments. So when you look at Schedule 4, Part 1, it actually describes some of the roles that we should play as national government, which is health policy. So the first thing that we are trying to do is to ensure that we put the policies in place that can now enable us to roll out this program. But then at the same time, the same constitution also provides number 32, capacity building and technical assistance to the counties. So it is not something that we can do as a national government only. It is something that we have to. Even the constitution now ensures that we have to do it together with the counties. Yeah, because the counties, when it comes to their part, that is part 2 of that schedule. If you look at number 2, which is county health services, part C is promotion of primary health care. Now, primary health care can be divided into 2 big portions, which I was talking about: disease prevention and health promotion. So health promotion is what we are doing now when we talk to the communities. We are making them aware of what they can do so that they avoid falling sick. They prevent disease. Because they cannot do it if they don't know. So that is now something that we need to work very closely with the counties to ensure that the community members are properly empowered with knowledge, skills, and attitudes to be able to prevent sickness. And this one, as you correctly said, 100%, it cuts across. So one intervention will now be able to touch very many diseases. For example, if you ensure that your rivers are clean, you know, like here in Nairobi, when you see the rivers, they really look pathetic. But if you ensure that they are clean, then you will have already dealt with quite a number of waterborne diseases.
Indeed.
You know, not just cholera, but even now, one of the number one, the top ailments we are seeing in our public health facilities is, diarrheal diseases, especially among children, you know. So we will be able to cut down on those top-ranking diseases. Now, another thing you see, even when you look at this constitution, is still under number 2 for the counties, part E, refuse removal, refuse dumps, and solid waste disposal. So how are we disposing our waste? How are we disposing, say, our sewage, for example? Because a lot of the diseases that we see are fecal-oral. They are transmitted through poor handling of our own human waste. So how do we do that? Solid waste, this usual this usual dirt that we have in the compound. How are we handling it? So it is something that we are now packaging, and a very important approach that we are using is to go out. Like a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, we were in West Pokot working with the county, the West Pokot County government, to be able to now work, clean their markets and so on. And we intend to be going to several places in the country just to ensure that as we do it together, they pick up the concepts and the attitudes and they are able to proceed with it. Yes.
Okay, Dr. Ari, and I think the next question would be the money question, the affordability question, and it would be proper to note who exactly is financing the campaign, what partners are on board to ensure that this campaign is a success, and equally the strategies the ministry or the department will use to get more resources in order to actualize the goal that you want to realize.
Now, I think this is one of the best interviews I've ever attended because you're asking very good questions. I have not had such good questions in a very long time. Now, Epuka Uchafu Afya Nyumbani, that's the full name of the campaign. It is now something that puts all these theories into practice. Number one, you cannot achieve public health outcomes as a standalone sector. It's not possible. Even when you look at the definition of public health by the World Health Organization, it actually tells you that it needs everybody to participate.
Right.
It actually tells you that you need not just the health sector, but you need all the other sectors, water sector, the National Treasury, the environment, the ministry in charge of environment, the ministry in charge of livestock. All those sectors are involved. Number two, we cannot also just work on it as the public health sector alone, or maybe the public sector alone. we also need the private sector. The private sector has to come in. So we are working with the private sector partners across board. World Health Organization, World Food Program, all those, the equivalent for animal health, all those partners, Kenya Red Cross, AMREF, all the partners that are there, so that we now put them into some kind of whole of government, whole of society approach.
Right.
So what we are doing now is we are now removing that thought process of saying we as Ministry of Health, we as the State Department for Public Health and Professional Standard are rolling out Epuka Uchafu campaign. No. What we are doing, we are just making it possible for everybody to come and plug in.
Yes.
So that everybody can enjoy the savings that we are going to enjoy downstream, whether it is in the livestock sector, whether it is in the water sector, everywhere. Everybody has to participate. So we have a very organized mechanism of coordination for all these players to come in and participate. Now, we are using a PPP approach, a private-public partnerships approach. So private sector comes in, they invest in a way that they can also be able to make a return. The public sector also comes in and participates in a way that we are able to deliver services to the people. So it is a win-win-win situation.
Right.
Not just win-win, win-win-win. Yeah, to everybody.
Okay, so that's interesting that you say that. So then at some point, will the public, and I think some of those questions pop up, will have to spend some money? Is there something that somebody's going to have to pay to be part of this campaign or to benefit from some of the things that the ministry then will be rolling out?
Yeah, of course, we need a budget. This is something that has to be financed, because we said for every shilling that we put in, we save 9. So we must have a budget for that shilling. And that's why we are saying that we really want to mobilize. We are coming up with very strong justification. Of course, in government, we have our mechanisms for being able to finance our programs. So we will be looking at all those sources of finance. We will be putting in a request. We have already done that to the Exchequer, so that we can also put in our share from the taxes that Kenyans are paying. But then at the same time, there is a budget that has been prepared where we are expecting that also the private sector will plug in. Now, as we talk about Ministry of Health requesting for resources from Exchequer, we are also expecting that even the other sectors, because they have a role to play, we'll also be looking at how they can also be able to fund their part. And then the private sector comes in so that we are able to finance the budget. Initially, it might look like a very big budget, yeah? But then downstream, you'll find that we will have cut down now the total budget in a manner that gives us a very big return, just as I said before. Yeah.
Okay. So, if we go back to giving a live example, for example, now with Empox, it's 4 cases in Kenya, but it's an imminent threat, would you say? How would then Epuka Uchafu help to deal with the threat that Empox could possibly pose in communities countrywide? So, number one, Epuka Uchafu, first of all, encourages personal hygiene. So, as we said before, as people are observing personal hygiene, then they actually limit the transmission of Empox. Because even if you came in contact with someone who has Empox and you now wash your hands, properly under the Epuka Uchafu framework, you make sure that you have safe water, then you are able to prevent spread. Now, there's also an indirect benefit of this Epuka Uchafu, because it now provides a platform. In itself, as we are trying to roll it out, it provides a platform where we can also now leverage this platform to even enlighten the community much better. Even as we are implementing the interventions for Epuka Uchafu, we can also be able to ride on that platform to implement now specific interventions for the Empox campaign. Remember, what we are doing now is we are actually doing something called preparedness. We are preparing ourselves. We can't wait
for Empox to now we start having 15,000 cases like DRC
yes.
and 500 deaths before we can start running around to say what is happening. So what we are doing now, we are equipping ourselves. We are equipping ourselves with the PPEs, we are equipping ourselves with the tools that we need to ensure personal hygiene. So the Epuka Uchafu campaign becomes an excellent platform that can even help us in terms of preparedness for Empox. So as the cases come, like now, I can assure you, Kenya is one of the best prepared countries in terms of dealing with Empox. Yes, I sit on the Africa CDC's emergency consultative group, the one that advises the Director General. Like recently, when Africa CDC declared a public health emergency of continental security, we are the experts who advise, and you can be able to hear from the discussions to see what is happening in other countries. Actually, our surveillance system is one of the best that you can ever come across. So that preparedness that we are putting in place then really benefits from a campaign like the Epuka Uchafu campaign, because if we were to start from first principles, then we would not achieve as well a situation of preparedness as we would if we already have that platform.
So when you talk about surveillance system, I assume part and parcel, that means the screening that's happening at the border points, yeah?
That is part of it.
So I don't know, and I don't want to rain on your parade, because I've looked at the numbers, over 600,000 screened so far in terms of Empox, those who are arriving in the country. But we have, is it 3 cases who pass through the border points? So when you look at the efficacy of the screening, is it that these 3 people weren't screened, or the screening happened right before some of the symptoms were able to materialize? What exactly is happening there? And equally still on Empox, briefly, vaccines seem to be the new... Like there's so much clamor within African countries to get the vaccines. Are there any hindrances that we faced as a country so far in procuring the much needed vaccines?
Okay. So your question is very loaded and a very nice one as well. Number one, it is a whole continuum. You know, when we talk of surveillance, it's a whole continuum. So what we are trying to achieve is we want to prevent. Yeah, we want to prevent the occurrence of that disease. And then I talked of preparedness. So it is called PPRR. So prevention, preparedness, response, and recovery. So you'll find like COVID, once it was done, it ravaged our public health system, so we had to recover from it. So it is PPRR. Now, prevention is now one of the things you're talking about, screening. So you are trying to avoid cases from coming in. It is not a foolproof thing, you know. What you are just trying to do is to say, if we would have 100 cases just walking in, we want to reduce these cases to 0, to as close to 0 as possible. So even if we have maybe say about 10 or 20 or even 99, you know, we have achieved, you know, from 100 to 99. So what we are trying to do at this stage is to reduce. Then number 2, we are prepared. So we are envisaging that our prevention will not work 100%. We are hoping that it does. If it does, we will be very happy. But if it doesn't, then we will have prepared ourselves to deal with the cases that come. Remember, what we want to do is to prevent a situation where our public health system is getting overloaded. You know, that these guys are coming in many, and then there's a lot of community transmission happening. You saw that happening with COVID, where people would actually even die in the ambulances waiting for an ICU bed. So we don't want to see our public health system overwhelmed. So we try to reduce that. You know, we don't want to see a situation where, you remember, like with COVID, oxygen is not there, people have finished and so on. And people are dying because we are not prepared. So we are prepared for the cases that come in, we reduce them. Now, as we are prepared, as the cases come in, we respond like we are doing now. So immediately we get this guy, we are ready, we isolate, we respond. So that is the whole thing around, you know, surveillance, the surveillance system. We have a very good public health laboratory mechanism, so that immediately we suspect a case, we take the sample, we ship it to Nairobi, and within a very short time, we have the results.
Okay.
And we can be able to intervene. Yeah.
On vaccines, briefly.
So thank you about that. Now, vaccines, of course, you know that we, in our part of the world, we have a bit of a problem with vaccines. Currently, in Africa, we have projected that we need about 10 million doses to be able to effectively contain the Empox problem. But what is available now is just about 200,000 doses. So that is less than, that's about 2% of what we need, you know. So what is happening is that now at the Africa CDC level, we are now trying to identify which are the most critical areas, where the most vulnerable groups are, so that we start with those ones. But then as we continue mobilizing, because a lot of these vaccines will come from the global north. Like even these ones for Empox, we are actually getting donations which are coming in from the global north. Now, what we are expecting is that, and this is a conversation we've been having since the COVID time, is that we need to now develop our own capacity to manufacture our own vaccines in the global south, in the third world. And we are now making a lot of steps towards that. In Kenya, for example, we are pursuing accreditation. Our Pharmacy and Poisons Board, which is the regulatory body that oversees manufacturing of medicines, is now pursuing something that we call ML3. That is manufacturing level 3. Status, so that now we can be able to, because vaccines are very, they are very delicate kind of medications, which if you don't prepare properly, you can cause a much bigger problem. So they have to be very sterile. They are biological, some of them are biological, products. You are just weakening the virus so that you can help the body to produce antibodies. So if you don't do it well, you can actually even now cause the disease. You can cause a very big problem. So we have to attain the ML3 status, which will now enable us to have to gain the confidence of other countries. If we prepare the vaccine here, we can take it to other countries.
I think that's very interesting, that reaching that status that conversation seems to come up when there is a state of emergency. Is it something that can be achieved even when there's a hiatus?
Yes, that's what we are doing. Actually, it is a rigorous process. There, we've had teams coming in from Geneva to assess our facilities, and it involves looking at our labs, like the National Quality Control Laboratory, looking at our Pharmacy and Poisons Board, looking at generally the facilities across the country. And at first, we started off with more than 100 areas that we needed to correct. So we have been working on them during this hiatus that you're talking about, and now we are just at about 40, which we are expecting that within another maybe few months we should be able to do. Then we are given that. Now this is happening across the whole of Africa. Remember, the Africa Union actually created the Africa Medicines Agency, AMA, which is now it is stationed in Kigali. That is where it is situated. So this one is now kind of like a continental regulatory mechanism where we can now pool resources, and then we work with the economies of scale. So we conduct a very effective market shaping where we know if we start producing vaccines, we already have a market that is big enough to sustain this expensive venture, because we have more than 1.2 billion people in Africa. If we start a venture of producing vaccines, then we should not fail, because there is a big market. Now, when we get there, it will be much easier, because we are working alongside being able to manufacture. We are also working towards being able to build capacity of our institutions, to build capacity of our scientists, so that we can conduct research, we can be able to manufacture these vaccines in the future. But now we are depending on those donations.
I think it does a cross-section of a thought where we deal with issues of vaccine hesitancy, especially over time, whereby we thought, okay, with COVID, which usually is the one thing that we go back to, there was a lot of speculation in terms of who was manufacturing these vaccines? Big Pharma came into play, and was there a need for first, second, third, I don't know how many ever dose. But then when we are looking at vaccines, it has been proven, I don't even we're dealing with the scientific, that it is necessary in many cases for you to prevent the furthest onset of a disease by taking the vaccine. Now here we are where we have diseases that, shake the world and take the world by storm. And then the whole political area or political conversation about vaccines and vaccination and getting Africa to the status. Do you think that now African countries with a status whereby you can now give or receive would then be able to deal with this issue of vaccine hesitancy? Because usually say, okay, something coming from abroad, they're trying to neutralize us, they're trying to sterilize us, so we're not going to take this thing. But if it is coming from where you have the status to then manufacture your own, have your own protocols, do you think it would take care of that?
Yeah, so it takes us back to what we said before in terms of health promotion. We usually think that health promotion is a very easy thing. You just come to Spice and you talk about it, and then people will agree and continue. Now, public health is a very complicated thing. Actually, all of us are public health practitioners, including you, because everybody contributes to effective implementation of interventions. So we need to invest. That's why we are talking of that 1 shilling. We should not just look at it as something that is all talk. We need to invest in health promotion. What you are talking about in terms of vaccines is what the people who drive this narrative are called anti-vaxxers.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, these are just people who have their own, some of them really believe in what they are saying.
And some of them actually are anti-vaxxers by word, but they shoot.
They actually go for the vaccine.
Yes,
so there are some who really believe in what they are saying. You look at them, they believe that these things are bad, and that's what they have been made to understand. So you see, as public health practitioners, we also need to take that as a very important intervention. How do we reach these people so that we explain to them that and make them understand, change their mindset? It's actually called behavior change communication. We need to come up with mechanisms of being able to make them understand that these are life-saving interventions that we must be able to give. Now, remember, there are some issues that we also have we have to take in mind. For example, all medicines that you take, they have, that's why we call pharmacy and poisons.
Poisons, yes.
They have a potential to cause a problem. All of them. But what we end up looking at is, can we have something that is going to give us more benefit than risk at the end of the day?
Yes.
So what we strive for is a product that will give us 100% benefit and 0% risk.
Yeah.
But there is always the potential for risk. Now, before a medicine is released into the market, it undergoes rigorous, actually it is called clinical trials. You start with animals, then you go to human beings, you give them placebos, then you now go to, human beings, you give them small doses, you continue increasing as you look for any side effects. It's a very rigorous thing. By the time a vaccine is being released, it has undergone, perfect confirmation that it is safe.
It is safe
for use and it is effective. Yeah, there are 4 things that are looked for. Safety is number 1.
Yeah.
Efficacy is number 2, because you want to give something that is going to work.
Yeah.
Then, of course, now there is access. Is it something that can be taken everywhere so that everybody can get? And then there is cost.
Yeah.
So when it comes to the anti-vaxxer issue, it is something that we really have to now tell people there could be some truth that there is a bit of a risk, some kind of side effect, which you will feel for some time. But the benefit is big. If we don't give this vaccine, the devastation will be
worse,
unimaginable.
Yes.
So we have to keep on looking at it that way. We cannot say that it is 100% safe. There will be no side effect. There is nothing. No. We have to say that we anticipate. And even the side effects don't happen in everyone. they could happen in some people and not
in others. Right.
They could be worse in some people and not others. And then if they happen in some people, then we have mechanisms of being able to intervene.
Yes.
There's a protocol
to take care of that.
There's pharmacovigilance where we also check and see if there are any adverse drug reactions or there are any side effects, serious ones, then we can be able to intervene. But at the end of the day, we have to look at it as a public health scale.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Dr. Sultani Matendechero, thank you so much for being here this morning. It was important that we have this conversation, even as speculation is rife. You've grounded a number of things for us this morning. Thank you very much, and we look forward to conversations in the future. Dr. Sultani Matendechero is the Deputy Director General of Health, State Department of Public Health and Professional Standards from the Ministry of Health. And that ends the Situation Room for this Tuesday morning. God willing, we meet again tomorrow morning at 6. Jesse Rogers, thank you for being here. Well done.
Well, thank you for having me.
Asante Sana. Good morning, everybody. 1 minute after 10.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Lea Ubaga. The Law Society of Kenya President Faith Odhiambo has called for a probe into threats that have been issued against MediaMark's journalist Nyeri Kariuki. In a post made on her X account replying to a newsfeed regarding the threats, Odhiambo called for action, saying the media shouldn't be intimidated, especially a victim of police brutality. Nyeri, who survived a gunshot wound to her thigh on July while covering the anti-government protests in Nakuru, has claimed that she has received threatening messages and she now fears for her life.
It's funny how the person who called me when I landed in Nakuru, and apparently I was having a doctor's appointment that day, and